1 second.
Not yet. But I like that eager desire to do it, baby. The court will please come to order. We've got a quorum present. All of our members are here. All of the legal notices have been posted, and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to close the June term?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to open the July term?
So moved.
Second.
All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
A motion carries unanimously. Bailiff will please open court.
Yes, sir. The Dallas County Commission's Court is now in session for the month of July term, with the Honorable Judge Deepers presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
And our invocation today will be given by a guest of Commissioner Daniel.
And I do not see, it would have been Reverend Ben Hensley, but the good Mr. Victram will do us the honors.
Major.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Daniel, for the opportunity to basically give the invocation. And we all bow in a word of prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you for this day, a day that you've made, and we're determined to rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we ask that you bless this Commissioner's Court, Commissioner County Judge Jenkins, Commissioner Dr. Daniel, Commissioner Mike Cantrell, Commissioner John Wiley Price, and Commissioner Dr. Garcia. Crown them with wisdom, God, so that they might be able to discern which way you would have us to go. God, Father, as a county, Father, we ask you to continue to not only bless them, but bless their families, oh God, for the sacrifice they make while they do the county's business. Father, we ask that you bless this county so that it might be a beacon of hope and justice and, God, fairness to all that basically will come and view it, oh God. We ask you to continue to watch over each and every citizen and as each and every resident according to your divine and sovereign will. Father, we ask you to continue to bless this assembly, oh God, that's gathered today to God to witness the proceedings of the county business. God, we ask you we do it in decency and in order. And God, we thank you that you will continue to be a blessing, oh God, whatever you cause to happen, oh God, in here today. God, we ask you to continue to watch over us, oh God, as a county, as a people, and let it be so in the name of Christ Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I didn't think that was right, but I guess it is. Okay. The agenda now calls for a public hearing on the Dallas County 2018 Community Development Block Grant and the Home Program. Is that 9 o'clock, Rick? Okay, come on out. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. I like that summer suit, man.
Thank you.
Look at sharp.
Try to dress the part. This is the first of two public hearings that we're required to conduct as we begin to allocate the 2018 CDBG and home funds that we have. We have about $2.3 million in CDBG funding and $750,000 in home funding to be allocated. Each program has about $250,000 more than what we received previously from the prior year. We've gotten, per policy, 7 cities are receiving funding this year. We've reviewed the projects that have been submitted to us. We've determined at this point they clearly appear to be eligible, and beyond that they seem to be very good projects as well. What we will be doing is we're beginning a public comment period, so the public, if they're not able to come today, will be able to provide us the opportunity with written or verbal comments between now and August 7th. On August 7th, we will conduct the second public hearing that we're required to have, and at that point, the court, we hope, will be in a position where it can find itself being able to formally approve and consider the formal allocations and projects that are presented before them. The final decisions themselves have to be made and forwarded and submitted to HUD by August 15th. I'm happy to answer any questions that the court might have or to respond to any inquiries that the public may have as well.
Not significantly different than it was from last year.
Right. More money. All right. Well, let's see if we got any comments from the court. Are there any public speakers on the issue of the public hearing on Dallas County Community Development Block Grant and Home Program. We're going to hear from public speakers who've signed up at the end of court, but just on this issue, are there any public speakers? Any public speakers? Any public speakers?
Make a motion that we close the public hearing on the 2019 CBDG grant.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, that takes us to our resolutions this morning. I've got the first one, and it is for our Dallas County Employees of the Month. And this month, we are honoring Matt Garland at Facilities, Julie Martinelli at Health and Human Services. If you're here for one of these Employees of the Month, come on forward. Kenna Stevens at the Information Technology, Ebenezer Ben Ajaya at Public Works, Detective Felicia Resendez at the Sheriff's Office, and Jesse Bigley at the Tax Office. And y'all come on forward. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Dallas County employees are hardworking, dedicated, and play a vital role in achieving the goals and objectives set each year by the Commissioners Court. Most employees perform above expectation and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and the destination of choice for residents and businesses. And whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court authorized the creation of an employee recognition program in 2012 to encourage recognition of dedicated employees who represent the best and the brightest of our workforce. And whereas the Dallas County Employee Recognition Program is consistent with the county's approved administrative plan, under which the county seeks to operationally be a model government entity. These employees represent the exemplar employees Dallas County hopes to recruit and retain. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute these employees for June 2018 for their respective departments and offers best wishes for continued success at Dallas County. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yay, y'all. Commissioner Price has the next two resolutions this morning.
His computer is not working.
Systems. Will Samuel Matt Ellis come forward, please? And any of the delegation that's accompanying Mr. Ellis, come forward. The delegation. That's co-workers, I'm not part of the delegation. Come on forward. Whereas Dallas County has a long and rich history of exemplary employees who soar over and above and stretch beyond the call of duty for the sake of our citizens and our communities. And whereas Samuel Matt Ellis has met and exceeded those expectations as he performed in several capacities, commencing with his title as Deputy Clerk of Vital Statistics, which he began on February 1st, 1993. And whereas Samuel Matt Ellis is a native Texas and lifelong resident of Dallas and a proud graduate of Bishop Lynch Catholic High School and later received a Bachelor of Arts from the University of North Texas in Denton, Texas. And whereas Samuel Matt Ellis served in several key capacities in Dallas County Probate Court Number 2 since 1995, which includes Deputy Clerk, Docket Assistant, Administrative Assistant, and his present role as Auditor. And whereas Samuel Matt Ellis has distinguished himself in his service by being named Outstanding Probate Court Employee for 2012 through 2014, and his contributions toward becoming a 5-time winner of the Dallas Bar award among various other honors and citations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby, and with great sense of pride, recognize Samuel Matt Ellis for 25 years of outstanding work and exemplary accomplishments for and on behalf of Dallas County and its citizens, and I so move.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. There you go.
You got the mic.
Thank you. Thank you for the honor, Commissioner Price, and all the other commissioners, and County Judge Jenkins. Thank you. It's been an honor to serve.
At 25 years, that's it.
That's why he's been here so long.
Well, I don't say anything I'm going to regret,
You've earned it. But anyway,
Thank you.
thank you. In probate court, I don't think we recognize, how much work is involved in probate court. Having kind of paralegal at a firm, you guys, in terms of accounting and keeping up, it's unbelievable. And there is a lot of work. And as the auditor, all auditors, you have to go over all of the records. I'm just amazed. And so, thank you. That's been 25 dog years of service.
Who did you bring with you?
I'll agree with you. Well, I do have my wonderful wife, Jennifer, and our son, Cole, Macy, and my wonderful co-workers, Judge Margaret Johnson, we got Elizabeth Roberson, we've got Sheila Mills, Joyce Page, who's also being honored in a moment, and Jesse. Jesse is our new employee, just fresh from the clerk's office, and who else is here? Peggy Johnson is here. So again, it's an honor. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to serve.
Thank you. I guess y'all are doing dual today because you brought Joyce with you, right? So Joyce,
Yes, sir.
you want to just step on up here as well? And it talks about Dallas County having that long and rich history for exemplary employees. Joyce Page is one of those such employees who has been employed with Dallas County probate courts in several positions, beginning with her service to the county in November of 1991 as a processing clerk for the county clerk. And whereas Joyce Page is a native Texan, a lifelong resident of Dallas who graduated from DISD high schools for the health professions and later from the University of Texas at Dallas in Richardson, Texas, with a Bachelor of Arts in Literary Studies. And whereas Joyce Page has progressed through the ranks and has a well-rounded history of experience, which includes service clerk, assistant auditor, docket assistant, and a present role as mental illness assistant for Dallas County Probate Court number 3, which is designated the mental illness court. And whereas Joyce Page has demonstrated a passion for education as exhibited in her taking night and weekend classes while in the employ of Dallas County in order to earn her degree, Ms. Page strives to produce quality work for which she's treating her fellow employees and the citizens of Dallas County with a high degree of respect and dedication. So therefore, that we, Dallas County Judge and Commissioners Court, do hereby with great adulation and pride congratulate Joyce Page and express our devout appreciation for 25 years of committed and valued service to Dallas County and to the public that you serve, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. George?
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Price and the Commissioners Court. I appreciate this recognition, and it's been an honor to work for Dallas County for 25 years. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And again, as I was saying a few minutes ago about Matt, the mental illness court is a real challenge.
Yes, it is.
And I see you got Judge Johnson here today, but I just want you to understand it's one thing to sit on these benches and these desks, but if you don't have the appropriate workforce supporting you, none of this other stuff matters. And so thank you for, again, your service, and I would ask you and Matt and your delegation if you want to form up here and just take a photo, and we'll go from there. For 25 years, quarter of a century, Dallas County, you deserve. Come on, family. Judge, you don't have to do all of the photo taking.
Be in the photo.
Here in the middle.
Yeah. Mr. Robertson, would you mind taking this picture? Judge, do you have a phone that you want to
Judge.
use for the picture? Mr. Robertson can take it.
She can video.
Yes, we're live. Facebook Live.
3, 2, 1. Hope safety. 3, 2.
Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you. Very well.
25 more, huh?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
If anything, congratulations, Judge.
How are you? I see you. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Henry, please. Just keep it. Okay, and the next resolution is mine, Judge. So, Judge, colleagues, members of the audience, the next resolution is for Santos Rodriguez, and I'm going to ask his delegation to come forward. I know Betsy Rodriguez is here in the audience today. I'm glad to see her. And, 45 years ago, a 12-year-old was murdered. And the Mexican-American community continues to mourn the loss of such young life like Santos Rodriguez. So the resolution today reads as follows. Whereas Dallas County is a delicate fabric weaved by diversity within ethnic groups, cultures, and beliefs. As we go back in history, it is known that diversity was highly misunderstood and led to tragic and unfortunate events that have paved the way for change through much reflection, unity, and commitment for us to be where we stand today. And whereas the compassionate and welcoming Dallas County that we know today cannot be praised without acknowledging the unsung heroes that in one way or another, willingly or involuntarily, contribute to make us stand against inequality, racism, and prejudice. And whereas Dallas native and unsung hero Santos Rodriguez was born to David and Maria Betsy Garcia Rodriguez on November 7, 1960. After his father, an undocumented Mexican immigrant, was deported to Mexico and his mother was facing legal issues. He was placed in foster care with his grandfather along with his older brother David. At that time, they lived in what was known as Little Mexico and currently called Uptown. And whereas, while the care of their foster grandfather in the early morning of July 24, 1973, the boys were pulled from their beds by an officer, Darrell Kane, and his partner. They were handcuffed, placed into a squad car, and taken to a gas station on Cedar Springs Road, where someone has just stolen $8 from a vending machine. And whereas Officer Kane attempted adamantly for the boys to accept fault of the burglary, but they always insisted on their innocence. Officer Kane placed his weapon on Santos' head in an attempt to pressure him to verbally accept fault. The first time he pulled the trigger, nothing happened. I'm telling you the truth, were the last words uttered by Santos before dying after Officer Kane pulled the trigger a second time. He was later convicted of murder and served 5 years in prison. And whereas a 12-year-old life was tragically taken, bringing to his loved ones unimaginable pain and further dividing a community from the government that vowed to serve it. Though the grief of Santos' loss has lingered in decades since, it awakened the need for change among the Latino community members of all levels, from community activists of all levels, activists, and local representatives. And whereas Santos Rodriguez's death galvanized an already growing civil rights movement among Dallas Latino and African American population, 4 days after the shooting, 5,000 people marched to City Hall, one of the largest protest marches of its kind in Dallas to that point. During this time, many will-be leaders of Dallas Hispanic community began to emerge. Former City Councilman Pedro Aguirre and attorney Florentino Ramirez among them. Whereas the diligence of the Latino community members resulted in many changes, such as policing structure and changes to recruitment and officer training, with Cinta Villarreal becoming the first Latino woman to put on a Dallas Police Department uniform. An internal affairs department was created, and many leaders were invited to give race relations training to all patrol units. And whereas 45 years ago, minority officers made up less than 20% of DPD, however, in 2018, almost half of over 3,300 sworn officers in the police are minorities. A force led today by Chief Renee Hall, the first woman of color to be named Chief of Police in the city of Dallas. And whereas Santos Rodriguez's loss is still felt by many who live in Little Mexico at the time, especially by his mother, Betsy. Betsy Rodriguez can take pride in the fact that the memory of her son inspires so many to take up the mantle of leadership and not only fight for positive change, but effect that change, making the city of Dallas a better place to live for all citizens. This is Santos Rodriguez's legacy. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does officially honor the memory and legacy of Santos Rodriguez and recognizes the tragedy which has seen us make many positive strides towards a better Dallas. And I so move.
I probably second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Obviously not. Motion carries unanimously.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daniel J. Pineda. I reside in the 800 block of Nursery. Special thanks goes out to Dr. Garcia. Truly thank you from the bottom of our hearts, especially for this beautiful person here, Betsy Rodriguez. I'm going to spit it in half real quick so Mr. Haji could speak up. Here representing from Let Better Association and East Dallas, and this is just so tragic. When I was growing up, because I am from Little Mexico Village, and I tell you what, my mom, we went through some hardships, but we did it for her. Thanks, guys. And this is a picture I'm going to give to her. And if the constable doesn't mind, pass it around, please, because he was a Boy Scout. So we can't let his memory falter. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, Honorable Judge, Honorable Commissioners. Thank you for recognizing this tragic event that happened in Dallas 45 years ago. It's some of us who were here in the city remember that day and the event very clearly, just like we always ask, do you remember what you were doing when President Kennedy was assassinated just a few feet from here? For many of us, the memory of Santos's execution is just as palpable and strong. 5 years ago, a grassroots effort to remember and recognize Santos, we asked the city, Mayor Rawlings, to officially apologize for the first time 40 years after the fact for this tragedy, and Mayor Rawlings, to his credit, stepped up and apologized to Betsy Rodriguez for taking her 12-year-old boy away way too soon from the city. This tragedy belongs to Dallas. This is our story. We are here to urge you to participate and support some of our efforts for the 45th anniversary. You have a flyer in front of you. It has 3 events on it. One is a graveside ceremony which will be on Saturday, January 21st at Oakland Cemetery where Santos is buried. you are on Malcolm X Boulevard at 9 a.m. You're all invited to come and participate in that. We are also retelling the story of Santos in a new documentary that is being made by Dallas's own filmmaker, Byron Hunter, son of legendary Dr. Charles Hunter. You might remember him. The documentary is called Santos Vive, Santos Lives. And we're going to retell that story to a new generation of citizens of Dallas who don't know the story, but many still do. Many people still do. As we walked in here, people recognized Bessie and told her that they remember Santos. The second thing that we are planning to do is build a memorial, and to his credit, Mr. Adam Medrano, City Councilman District 2, has allocated funds in his district to create a memorial for Santos in Pike Park. He has called for a public input meeting on July 23rd, Monday, July 23rd. We have a group of students at several area colleges who are willing to submit plan about the memorial. The third thing we are trying to do this year is to establish some kind of an income stream for Bessie. She still struggles to pay her bills, electricity, and things like that. If Santos had been alive today and he would have been 57 years old, I am certain he would have been able to take care of his mother in some fashion. So I would like to make an ask of the county if there is any possibility of the county getting involved in these three goals that we have set for the 45th anniversary. We would be obliged, and I think it would be very healing for the city in the troubled times that we live in. The story of this tragedy of Santos Rodriguez could serve as a point of healing for us. We are way past pointing fingers at anybody or blaming anybody for anything. 45 years is a long time, and we just hope that this tragedy helps us now to come together as a city and to heal, because the wound is palpable in the community. It is still an open wound in our community here in Dallas. So thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Judge, for all the wonderful work you do, and God bless.
Well, let me just say this, probably as one of the few people here, Frank Dyson was the police chief. I was in that march that day. At the corner of, in fact, State Representative Sam Hudson and all, adorned at the corner of Commerce and where Old City Hall is. If you remember the motorcycle police, the motorcycle was overturned.
Set on fire.
Set on fire.
Yeah.
I remember the Neiman Marcus. Of course, Frank Dyson got, he left the city right after that. And I guess having been around at that time and been part of that, I recall Santos Rodriguez. I guess a travesty is whether it's 45 years later after that, 50 years after King, 50 years after Kerner, 50 years. Now it's, has anything really changed? And I know we've talked about Police Review Board, and I've listened to Dr. Garcia talk about we've gone from 20% to 50%, and, we've got an African American as the titular head. I guess, has anything really changed? James Baldwin talks about it in one of his pieces. And it's interesting, we just started a new exhibit over here called Kennedy and King, The Dream or the Promise. And while I know Hunter, I know Biden, and I look forward to him bringing that forward. But I guess I'll conclude by saying, as a new generation, even though we get the rear view mirror of history, I hate to tell you, the windshield doesn't look any better. And those of us, whether you're talking about make America great again or make America over again. Unfortunately, it was Santos, but we have a litany of strain since Santos, and not a lot has changed.
With that being
Thank you,
said,
Commissioner.
the struggle continues, and, we will definitely be supporting the memorial and telling the story for the next generations. And, Betsy, you're always on our heart. Anything we can do, we definitely will do. Thank you for being here.
We believe the story is so important for our city that we cannot run away from this story. This is our story, and we must embrace this story and make it our story, and look for something positive to come for the story for the sake of our city, for the people who call Dallas home.
I would like to say, too, that our hearts are with everybody here, without a doubt. I wasn't here in Dallas at that time either, but spent a lot of time in West Dallas and heard the story many, many times from people who were there, and the impact on them, the impact on so many people still. I think you are so right that that is not something that will be forgotten as all of us, because it is for the community as a whole that we must never forget and see what we can do each day, whether it is meeting, at the protests and that we do participate in these days, to continue to strive for what we can do and what we can be. So thank you very much for coming today and reminding us once again that it is important that we will never forget.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniel.
Did you want a picture or not?
Did you want to say something?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Betsy. It's good to see you.
Cindy wants to say something. Cindy is Betsy's caregiver. for the
Okay,
past 30 years.
I kind of represent her, whatever, she's not able to, but she does thank you from the bottom of her heart, and we're just asking for justice. I mean, this is something that we need to kind of see, because it's a new generation that will be showing the film, and it's just something that we would like to have been seen, that this is not just, he didn't grow up to be able to be a man. He wasn't able to be a man because this has happened. And it's just injustice. We just wanted justice for this and remembrance that, yes, maybe things have not changed, but things will change. It's just, people need to bring that community, each community back to the way, changes. That's all we need. And again, we'd like your support and on the Santos Viva project, and I really appreciate it, and thank you very much for letting us speak.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Santos, on behalf of
Rodriguez.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rodriguez, on behalf of, I apologize, on behalf of Dallas County, we also apologize for any, for the institutional bigotry that existed at the time of your son's murder, for the past sins of Dallas County, and we just lift you up, and because what you've done is you've taken an unspeakable tragedy, a horrible thing that happened to you, and you've galvanized a community to move forward and to save other children from that. And so, please accept our most heartfelt wishes for only good things for you, and any words of apology and comfort that we can give you for the past acts of Dallas County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
What's next, Judge?
Apologies.
Presentations?
Yeah.
We have several presentations. Commissioner Price, I think you got the first one. You want to start?
No, Ganesh.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Mr.
Ganesh.
Shabamaya. Mr. Shabamaya, please.
I already have it.
Commissioners, just a few points. We've had, your presentation will say we have 12 West Nile positive virus identification so far. We actually have 14. 2 came back positive yesterday, so just update that figure to 14. We have about 4,000 plus pools that we processed while we tested this in the lab, and we came up with about 14 thus far. Those have been identified in various areas of Dallas, Gulf, Highland Park, Irving, and Mesquite, including Ball Springs. We've had 2 applications that we've made, basically in the areas of Box Springs. We continue to engage the different municipalities, the partnering municipalities, through our conference calls. We've done it monthly so far, and we're going to start weekly. We had one yesterday in which we basically emphasized the fastidious manner in which they need to get the mosquito samples back to us so we can test them. And of course, we have posted the webinar on our website, the webinar that we conducted to about 250 organizations regarding the mosquito-borne illness education and basically our preparation and the integrated mosquito management process. Moving from there, just wanted to let the Commissioners Court know that we have completed 2 back-to-school immunizations. If you go to the next slide. And we have scheduled 3 in July. That's upcoming. And to add to that, we will be conducting the mobilization clinics for back-to-school immunizations as well. Hopefully, the next Commissioners Court, I'll make an update on the areas that we hit through those mobilization efforts. Moving from there, we have, of course, the heat that we're dealing with. The surveillance team has tracked about 216 such cases of heat-related illnesses. Essentially, most of them are heat strokes, heat cramps, heat exhaustion so far, and we have to be cautious that those hospitalizations don't result in any deaths so far. And then we hope and we pray, and we've been educating the communities that we speak with to seek shelters if they experience abnormal heat situations, as well as to avoid those exertions during the middle of the day, and keep those activities during the early hours and maybe late hours of the day. We also have 3 measures that we have listed here for mitigating the heat situation. We have the Comprehensive Energy Assistance Program that does the bill pay for individuals that are low income. We also have the heat hotline where we mobilize donated air conditioning units to individuals to households that don't have any chilled air. And then, of course, we have the City of Dallas has an initiative to open 2 shelters to individuals that need to seek shelter during the day to avoid the heat. Those are the West Dallas Multipurpose Center, as well as the Martin Luther MLK Junior Center. Lastly, I just want to quickly inform the Commissioners Court of an initiative that we've recently taken in order to mobilize hepatitis A vaccinations to homeless populations. What we were informed of in March of 2017 was that San Diego County experienced hepatitis A outbreak, infecting about 578 individuals and killing 20 individuals. And so the strain that was noticed from the San Diego County was basically tracked back to almost all of the western half of the United States in a total of 9 counties and municipalities. San Diego County, of course, initiated a public health campaign against the virus, basically to ensure that they can stem the infection rates. It took about a total of 120,000 vaccinations before they can get a control of the situation.
The individuals infected were mainly from the homeless populations and essentially folks that lived in congregate settings. And then the virus basically had spread through, through the foodborne contamination, through feces as well as illicit drug users. And then places of poor hygiene and sanitation was basically attributed, although the investigation on how this spread in the San Diego County area is still on. Using this initiative, we mobilized those hepatitis A vaccinations through basically an initiative that the state provided those vaccinations to us. They donated those vaccinations. About 750 vaccinations were received from the Department of State Health Services. We utilized those vaccinations. We contacted the homeless shelters around Dallas County, and we have started mobilization efforts. So far, we have done about 4 of them, giving out about 130 vaccinations, and we have 3 scheduled in July. So just wanted to get the Commissioners Court informed of that initiative. And that basically concludes the presentation.
So you're going to have different events for the free vaccination for the children, right,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Schimmelmeyer?
Yes.
And the locations, you can barely see them in there, but they are printed and they're published in the Dallas County Health and Human Services Department.
Yes, on the back-to-school vaccination.
We have the
Yeah.
Cinco de Mayo at Center Park Rec Center.
That's correct,
We have the UT Southwestern Health Fair,
right?
and of course the Community Health Fair, and Richardson ISD, and New Life
Yes.
Church.
Yes.
Okay.
And of course, I want to remind that we will be issuing the clinics to the outlining areas to where we've seen delinquency rates.
Okay.
And so in the next Commissioners Court, I'll provide that update.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Schimmelmeyer.
Thank you very much for your efforts, in addition to the paying attention to extreme temperatures and what Dallas County is doing under your leadership to be very aware of heat and what it does to people. The homeless community is gathering to develop and to working with Dallas County and Dallas City and the other cities too to standardize and to make those policies more standardized across the whole area for both heat and low temperatures in the winter. So thanks for stepping up and being a part of that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well,
Thank you.
we're always with this, feel good, soft good. I know your office is responding tremendously. Do we have enough funding to begin to address the real issues regarding what's going on with this heat, both on the weatherization side and on the hardware side with regards to units? Where are we year over year in terms of what's going on? Because we're getting a ton of calls.
Absolutely. This is a good question, Commissioner. Resources are always limited. Good news is we've received close to a million plus, and it's in the Commissioner's Court agenda today for the Comprehensive Energy Assistance Program through the Texas Department
That's
of...
the assistance,
Yes,
right.
correct.
And historically, but again, when we have 2 plants that have come out of service, and nobody talks about that in terms of Texas, but we've had 2 plants come out of service. Therefore, we've seen a migration of people coming into this area that's beginning to put a strain on what we call the grid. A lot of people who are not historically accustomed to these temperatures. My concern is that the appropriation appears to be what it has historically been. And are we going to be sufficiently in a position to assist the number of calls? I know we're getting them, and all I'm doing is pushing them off to you.
Yes.
Do we have enough funding given what we think the projection is going to be?
The funding in terms of, the traditional funding we have has gone up, not by much, but by some, so we can sustain that particular situation where we get these calls, both in summer and winter. We've also, just to inform court, that we've sent in an application through for window air conditioning units as well. We're requesting about 200 window air conditioning units from the foundations. So that's in process at this
We
point.
got 200 units that are requested, or that's what we're requesting?
That's what we're requesting. It's about $50,000 donation from the foundations typically. We have an inventory of those air conditioning units at this point, and we feel like we need to add to that because we are experiencing, an abnormal heat at this point. It's still July, and it's all of July and August to sustain. So we've already started that process of requesting additional air conditioning units, just in case we run out of what our inventory is currently. To come back to that weatherization, we also have received additional funds for weatherization. That's also in the Commissioner's Court agenda. So
Right.
it's a good question. Resources are always limited, but hopefully we can sustain the assistance both in the Comprehensive Energy Assistance Program as well as weatherization. We feel like we have enough to sustain that for the time being. Do we need more? Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Shivanand.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we got- Good.
I'm going to, on the judicial management, I still have a number of issues. I think that because I've got so much that's on here today, I'm going to remove the school crossing guard, having spoken to the district attorney's office, having received an opinion with regards to what the court had proffered at a prior meeting. I'm just going to remove it from the.
Before we leave that, is there a problem getting that on the ballot for the city of Dallas?
Yes, it's a problem. That was
That's
the
the
legalese. That's
You're
street number
saying we
moving.
can't do that?
We have no authority
We have no authority,
by statute to do it.
Okay.
and so so that's the reason I'm removing it. He has briefed me. He has briefed us all probably sufficiently. We do not have the authority. It is not given authority,
Even if it's not
and
by-
so as a result, no need of discussing a referendum
countywide.
with regards to them.
And I want to thank you, Commissioner Price, for, continue to look into something that came to this court. We voted one way because we were assured that we could do it, and then it turned out we couldn't. So,
Right. So,
thank you.
one of the things that I want to talk about on the Office of Information Technology is the fact that with regards to it, I'm making a comparison of what we're doing in our system to as opposed to what's going on with counties of appropriate size. And I just find, and I don't know what the court administration is looking at, but I'm looking at everything scheduled from working days on back. Tarrant County seems to be significantly different than what we're doing. I reached out to my colleagues over there, and I'm looking at everything from budget to employees to size. At what point in time are we going to talk about, given the tax rate, given where they are in technology, given where they are with employees, when are we going to make a real apples to apples comparison in terms of how IT is being run? IT has been our hemorrhaging point in Dallas County. It has hemorrhaged more than any other department. And again, I'm not finished with this so-called forensic audit, because even though I see on the docket today, I'm still not sure how much money that we're still spending with regards to coming into compliance. Do we have a designated code, Mr. Auditor, with regards to this, with regards to CJIS compliance, number one?
Yes, one has been set up.
Okay, one has been set up. Okay. And do you have a finding with regards to how much we've appropriated in it now?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Okay, so one has been set up since we began this conversation. But Mr. Martin, I want at some point in time, and while everybody goes off into the wild blue yonder, I really want to talk about what's going on with technology here that's different than 30 miles over there.
Commissioner, I think that's a really, really good point. I think what we need to do is do an apples-to-apples comparison with similar IT departments across the county, across the state, and actually across the nation, because how we do things and how we've done things traditionally has been very different here in Dallas County. What we try to do is live within that 195 code. I believe that's what IT technology. We try to live within that code with everything with technology, and that doesn't work. As you can see, we've been trying to replace our hardware, which is going to cost us now upwards of $13 to $14 million. That can't sustain in Fund 195. But what we tried to do, we moved everything in that fund, and we can't manage that way. Our friends over in Tarrant County have a department of approximately 202 staff, I believe, and a budget of $40 million, which is similar to our budget, but none of their capital needs and none of their maintenance needs are covered in that budget. So you're right, Commissioner, you're exactly right. We've got to look at that, and we've got to do it now, because these issues are real and they're current. I mean, the issue we've been dealing with over the last couple of weeks, I've been on vacation, but part of the issue is our computers couldn't sustain a Microsoft patch change that just occurred because they're old, outdated computers.
But my point is, why the hell do I have to bring it up? That's my point. Why? It's not as though, some of us are building roads and bridges. Right. That's what, our town calls for. We're building roads and bridges. We are managing, this county. But my point is, why do we have to make that kind of intrusive, in-depth excavation of what's going on?
Why hasn't been done in the last 7 years that we spent over $27 million in a program that has not worked?
Well, we're working with computers that are
Windows 7.
Windows 7. Right. Hybrid 10s at best. That doesn't work.
This should have been done 7 years ago.
It should have been
done
done
a long time,
many years ago, but there has been the attempt and a yeoman's attempt by the director of IT to stay within the budget that was directed by this Commissioner's Court.
Well, budget,
But now, wait a minute.
Budget has nothing to do except that departments, I went back, Ryan, did I pull, how many submissions has there been in the last 4 or 5 years with regards to totally moving out Windows 7? How many submissions have there been? How many PIRs? Zero.
During that same time period, there has been a concerted effort to do an evergreen attempt to stay abreast of hardware and software.
I build old cars. Hell, you can put a new thing. Okay. I'm talking about...
Now we're biting the bullet, right, and budgeting what it will take to bring the hardware and the software up to date, right?
But it took somebody outside of IT to do it. I pulled all the PIRs. PIRs is what departments say. I mean, if we were talking about public defenders, we can take that fight on with regards to investigate. They submitted PIRs. We fought. We wrangled about what they needed. We fought. I pulled all of the department's PIRs. Did not see one from IT with regards to replacing basic equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, PIRs, the Windows 7. And like you said, that's the reason that patch didn't work. That patch didn't work because, hell, you can't, I don't care, it can be a Model T. You can't put that LS7 in it. It won't work.
But going back to the basics, we have not been focusing on the infrastructure. We've been building
That
on
was
top
with an
of
O,
wall.
right?
Well, Commissioner,
Yeah,
just
man,
giving
that's
some
why I
credit to
said
Commissioner Daniels, I mean, we, we're the ones who told IT, we're going to focus on texture, and we're going to put all our basket and all our eggs right there. Now
No,
we're
that's
coming
not
back
even-
and saying that,
that's the most unfair
we
statement
forgot
that I've
the
heard,
infrastructure
Commissioner.
to begin with.
Are you
My
serious? Are you serious? Because let me explain something. We have major systems in this county, okay? In addition to those major systems, we've got a mainframe, and then you got all the other attendant computer software and hardware that we have. The systems that TechShare's building are critical to the overall infrastructure. Now, if IT hasn't managed that correctly, so be it. But you can't throw the systems under the bus in just a broad categorical statement like that, Commissioner.
We should have been doing both. I mean, you're right, Commissioner.
We
should have
have.
been doing both.
We
should have
originally
been-
set up an increment of a portion of our tax increment was set aside specifically for building new capacity, new programs. And we did that until Ryan transferred all of that into one unit. You had a clear distinction. So you had your operational budget out there that IT dealt with, then you had your new
But somewhere,
Technology.
though, they became one.
Well,
And when
But that's called management.
Right, right.
That's
And it
exactly
is called
right.
management, but at some point, just like you became the champion, Commissioner, for public defender, we needed a champion for IT because somebody needed to push that envelope so we can say, and now we got you, I love it. But because right now we're $14 million with hardware, I mean, we've got a number of additional needs that we need to address, including cameras and infrastructure in Crowley and in George Allen. There's a lot of needs with IT.
But see,
Dr. Daniel's been a champion for
that
IT.
word,
I beg to differ, too, that there
Yeah,
have been
yeah,
monthly
well,
reports
whatever.
for the
Anyway,
last 5 years that have chronicled
Oh, geez, that's part of the
exactly
problem.
all that has been done to put
That's-
together that
I'm not.
package.
I'm no disrespect to you,
that's part
Dr.
of the
Daniel, or to you,
but-
Commissioner Cantrell, but I'm just saying at this
but-
point right now, we're at a point where the $42 million. How much is in 195? About $42 million is not enough to sustain the additional needs because at some point, as you said, Commissioner, that became operational budget, capital need budget, maintenance and operation budget. That $42 million is only going to go so far.
but again, here we are talking.
One of the problems that you had there, when you combined those two funds, it distorted what was operational and what's new.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Right. And what
And if you
has-
don't manage it correctly,
And what has happened,
It gets-
you've limited the amount of what could be new because the operations included
Absolutely.
staffing.
Absolutely.
And then that became the raises that everybody got every year. All of that became part of the operation. But you're right, Commissioner. At some point, we needed to say, you know what, Commissioner's Court, we've got old computers. I got to replace them. I need $15 million.
What a PR? But somebody help me. I haven't been around here long. Help me with PIR. What a PIR is designed for?
It's what a department submits to it.
What a what? What a
When
what?
a department submits requesting additional resources, whether that be financial resources.
What a
staffing
commission? No.
resources.
What a commissioner submits?
When a department-
Oh, a department. I see. And it says it is a request because we need this in terms of a permanent improvement. Is that correct? Yeah, or I'm just reading. Okay. So again, I pulled them. There was not for the past 5 years any PIR with regards to computers, hardware. Well, I'm talking about with regards to the department making that request. Has it?
There was approximately $1 million per year for hardware refresh, but clearly that
Don't
wasn't
use
adequate.
refresh with me. Everybody wants to talk about refresh, evergreen. You can only refresh a 7 so much. You can only build a Model T so much.
Let's clarify a little bit. By refresh, that's exactly, it's that 20% that's renewing, that's replacing. That 20% of all equipment is replaced.
For 5 years.
Every year.
For 5 years. What is our inventory right now on 7s?
as far as the number of PCs that we have on Windows 7. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's close to 3,000 systems, or a little over 3,000 systems. And as
2,000 out of how many?
we have 6,000 computers
Okay.
typically that we have in the inventory. And obviously, one of the things that we typically did is that we tried to go through and actually manage the actual budget in accordance with the actual dollars that were typically available. In the last couple of years, there were two pretty singular events as far as being able to go through and actually manage the actual capital budget. We've had this conversation with the county budget office as far as being able to go through and actually have the predictability in the budgeting. And certainly I will have to defer to Mr. Brown as far as typically what occurred, but all of a sudden we were typically making plans to do certain things, but then all of a sudden the money typically was not there. So the thing is that, again, we try to go through and actually manage the actual capital refresh in accordance with the actual availability of dollars. Certainly, based upon a conversation with the county administrator's office, we're basically going forward with basically making sure we change that type of thinking, so we make sure we stay current. And obviously, that's one of the items that are typically on the court's agenda as of today.
Mr. Martin, I'm telling you that I reached out across the river, make a comparison. I'm looking at similar tax base. I'm looking at the department. It's day and night.
It is there.
And by the way, they're in tech share.
Exactly. I was going to make that point. I mean,
They're in tech
similar
share just
projects.
like we are.
They're similar projects, similar, but the staffing is different and the budget is different. And one of the things the budget is different, that tech share that you talk about, that is not in their IT budget. Now, one of the things we've tried to do is we've tried to create, even in our IT budget, a payback for tech share, which takes even more money away from that Fund 195. So, you know, it was just that one Fund 195, that magical fund, I mean, it had a limit. And we've been trying to manage within that limit. And again, I said that last week, Commissioner, shame on us for not pushing the envelope, because we should have come to you and said, you know what, you're at a point now, I need $14 million worth of computers, I need $2 million worth of switches, and it needs to happen now. And the department should have brought that forward. I agree.
And the reason this has come to such a head is because in our jail pop meetings, I mean, the complaint has been, we got systems that can't work.
Not only those systems, remember we have the cross matches, all those old systems have been breaking down. They needed to be replaced. And they couldn't be replaced within that budget. Again, I said it last week, I'll take full responsibility. Shame on us for not coming to you guys with this, but that cannot continue.
Well,
and we need to do both. We need to chew gum and walk at the same time, because we have to have those other products. TechShare has to succeed because we've got to get off the mainframe. I mean, we've been on that, I think we're the only county, again, doing comparison, we're the only county in the nation on the mainframe.
That's not quite true,
well, it ain't many. Believe me, we can count them on one hand.
Daryl, when you say TechShare has to succeed, are you talking about TechShare courts and jail? Is it TechShare prosecutor does succeed?
Juvenile is succeed. We got some
Because juvenile is running fine, prosecutor is going along and
So
doing
they're all lumped
tremendous
together,
things.
but if TechShare courts and jail doesn't work, is that, breaking it down, what needs to succeed to get us off the mainframe? Because juvenile's working courts, okay. That's what I thought.
We have to get off the mainframe.
And JP.
Well,
And JP.
Ryan, do you have a plan with regards to the $14 million? Because, do you have a plan? I'm talking about getting the computers to the people, who need them, that so-called 2,000 that's out there. What will the $14 million get us this year?
The $14 million should replace the 3,100 computers that were listed in the briefing.
Okay.
The plan for that is to leverage the dollars that are in the 196 fund, which we've been doing with the TechShare projects. That's where that funding has come from. Anything that the department has submitted to Commissioner's Court, you guys have approved.
Right.
But there's never been once been you guys sitting up there saying no.
That's
never once have those things come from the budget office. They come from the IT department. They have their own heading on the agenda. So when they present you something, you guys review it, you make a determination, and then I find the funding for it. Because that's the process that we had put in place. I agree with Mr. Cantrell. 195 was set up originally with a half a cent so that you had project funds. It got difficult to discern when a project was completed and it became operational. For a variety of other reasons, due to financial constraints, we moved the IT budget all into 195. At that time, we moved the funding, 0.77 cents at the time.
Right.
In addition, since then, we've added 0.1 cent. So we could try to add the additional dollars in there. Because of the accounting and the pay-as-you-go and the transportation, we did put a payback in the 195 fund that was paying back 196. But it was just a number. We were never really going to pay back that dollar because we were doing the skip year in 2021. That was the whole premise for the skip year, was to be able to take that off the books, wipe that out, re-clean up those accounts so that you don't have, commitments that are so far outside of where your existing funding are. That's the reason for the skip year, and that's where we're going.
But Ryan,
I have conveyed to the department that they need to present what they need, and that the Commissioners Court will then determine if they want to fund it, and then we will determine how to come up with those $5.
well, at the end of the day, we know some of us still trying to make the call, and other people want to act like, we got selective amnesia. That $40 million, it came out of 196, and if you remember me.
We've been borrowing on 196 for a variety of things over the years.
Yes, and when I complained about that, we kept talking about payback. We knew we weren't going to get paid back in 196.
I thought we were.
Well,
okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
everybody said we were.
Yeah, everybody kept saying it.
Exactly.
I kept saying we weren't going to get paid back. Okay.
The payback was you took how much was borrowed and you divided by 10, and that was the amount. Every year you did that. You're never going to pay back. That's worse than a credit card.
Yeah.
But Mr. Brown, you also did have a line item from 195 to pay back 196, and that money was
There
going
was a
back.
line item.
Yeah, that money was going out of 195 back
But then you were borrowing
into
more out of 195,
Well, it's because-
then you were paying back into 196.
Of course, because there was no way 195 was ever going to cover that cost ever.
My point is.
So the point is, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, my point.
I'm sorry, but the reality is we should have created a capital fund in 196 for these IT projects without focusing on the 195. And we've had that discussion, and that's one of the discussions we've been having this year about.
Is that something that we can rectify then?
Well, that's the discussion we're having this year about this.
Yes, there was some confusion related to the concepts of, is 195 an enterprise fund that is just the amount of money that you can spend on IT? And the answer, of course, is no, because 195 is really just general rev. You guys made a decision to carve off. It's not dedicated funding, it's just carved off general rev dollars that we put aside to try to insulate it for IT usage. And so that was the reason we created it. So once I advised the IT department very clearly in a meeting about 2 months ago that don't worry about the payback. Matter of fact, Commissioner's Court, I'm going to be bringing you a budget that's not going to have a payback in anymore because that's not the important thing. And that to bring forward what is needed to bring us up to date, and we will fund that out of 196.
The only reason I keep pushing this issue is because we know the problem. And I have to go outside and try to compare what's going on elsewhere. I mean, we're not unique. We're not unique. So what separates us? Apples compare. What separates us? I'm looking at the tax rate. I'm looking at the tax base. I'm looking at the operations. And my point is, at the end of the day, that there's one glaring problem for me. And it's up to y'all to make that dadgum call.
In closing, we have not been doing, the groundwork that we should have been doing. There's no way back.
Who hasn't been doing it?
Well, I don't want to say, staff takes full responsibility for it. I don't know enough about technology. I have to go for what is presented in front of me.
Well, the question
in
is,
the meantime, I've been voting
doing
against all these items, saying, guys, I still have, computers in Windows 7. I still have half of the county in computers that don't work. I have the auditor doing things by hand in the 2018, that is a no-no.
Aren't you in charge of
when
that?
I go into, Commissioner, I've been voting against it, and I don't want to blame, no one, because really, I think at the end of the day, it's all our fault.
No, hell, I'm bringing
But-
it up. I'm not going to take that blame.
Commissioner, I've been on this for how long? 7 years?
No. I expect, Mr. Thomas is the auditor. And if he doesn't have something, I expect him to say what it is that he does not have, and then I proffer for him. I do not know
He say he needed more computers until this last budget, right? The auditor was also handwriting. So, I mean,
I
haven't asked for any computers.
That's right. He better say.
I've been doing software, but not.
I know we just passed it, this
But
year.
that's software, that's not computer. We're talking, what Mr. Brown, what I am talking about, when we say 7, we're talking about hardware.
And
Wait a minute.
this should be done 7 years ago.
Isn't Commissioner Garcia over hardware and software? That's your responsibility, isn't it?
All of us, yes.
No, it's not your responsibility. It's none of ours up here on this court's responsibility. We have directors that oversee that
At
area.
the end of the day, the ball stops right here.
Well,
We make those
Not if you
decisions.
don't know it.
Our staff,
That's
we depend on them, but at the end of the day, I have to ask the smart questions.
Okay.
I have to be sure
All right.
that I direct it. And I've been voting against it because all along, and I don't know enough.
Commissioner,
but
if it's
I'm
our
gonna
fault, what's the
But
solution?
I'm just going to say, I'm finally, very glad, Commissioner Price, that we all see the light.
Commissioner Garcia, what's the solution? If it's our fault, what's the solution?
We need to manage better, start working on all angles, not just on one portion. I mean, we forgot that every single computer was dated. How would we want a better system if we don't have computers that work?
Actually, it's been in those monthly reports that this court has seen month after month after month.
After month, but it
The
has not
number
been
of,
replaced for everyone, and
CPUs
that's
that
all
have
I'm
been
gonna say.
replaced, the amount of software that has been replaced in all of the departments across the county. And it is not just TechShare that IT deals with. It does deal with everywhere from just the computers to the software to switches on doors to what's going on in the jail and making sure that all of those switches are working there and that they're rotated out in the method that has to be done in order for safety and security of everybody.
Commissioner Price. Commissioners, if I can just be heard in this moment, because Ms. Martin and I began doing this investigation after the meeting we had in Fox with you and Dr. Danielle with the state of our computers. And I can tell you this from the investigation I've done. The problem is simply this. As you mentioned, Tarrant County, Commissioner Price and commissioners, they have an operating budget separate from their capital budget. Tarrant County makes a decision, unlike Dallas County. Our philosophy has always been this. We'll replace computers when they reach the end of life cycle. That's been this county's philosophy. A PIR cannot come from the IT department to fix 6,000 computers because like Mr. Thomas, like the Sheriff Department, those are separate departments who make a request for equipment. That's the function of what the Budget Office does and capital budget. We have never set aside money in our budget to say every 4 years or 5 years as a capital expenditure, a line item, we will make a decision to replace our computers. We wait until they break and then we fix them. That's been Dallas County's philosophy. Ever since I've been here for 10 years.
Okay, but I thought that our philosophy was to, our philosophy is supposed to be to replace 20%
No
of
applauding
the
from
computers.
staff.
Replace 20% of computers a year. Are you saying that's not happening?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear you. Ask me again.
Our philosophy is supposed to be to replace 20% of the computers each year, so.
But Judge, the problem is this, by the time you get to because it'll take 5 years, by the time you get
Right.
there, these are outdated. The problem is
Well, I get that, and so now we're looking at spending this $14 million, but are you saying that the refresh, the replacement of 20% a year was not happening?
Well, it was happening, Judge, but if you just look at it mathematically, Judge, by the time you get to 20%, it takes 5 years.
Right.
The industry standards suggest this. Desktops ought to replace every 4 years because Microsoft as an operating system can't do enough patches to fix them, which is why IT did the
We're
patch.
addressing that, right?
Well,
In a 20%?
we are now.
With the big purchase, because
Correct.
because we have to get up to
Because the
date.
math
stages.
didn't work. The math didn't work,
Correct.
Judge.
No, I get that, but it sounds like we're all aligned that we're fixing that now, right? So, and we're
$14
discussing
million
whose fault
figure.
it was in the past, but in the future, now, or the present, we're fixing that.
Yes, sir. We again, this fiscal year, we were in a process of looking at, based upon recommendation from operations, to replace 1,200 systems and stuff, but again, it was all based upon what was the available dollars to make that reality. Obviously, based upon conversation with the county administrator as well as the county budget office in the month of June, we said, don't worry about that. We'll just go ahead and actually start replacing assets, and we'll get on that particular cycle of replacing them every 4 to 5 years. And so certainly that's what we're in the process of actually doing to make sure we stay current, as well as stay compliant with a variety of other items as well. So that is the guidance that we've been given, and that's the guidance we're going to carry out.
I'm not gonna keep stirring in the same pot. I went and looked to see, and that's what I'm charging staff, at court administration with. Look, see, make the comparison, and when
I will present that to you.
Right, and what I've seen is, I still say the problem is still number 6. Without me going into number 6, it's still number 6.
Let me ask this question too. So after we replace the 3,100 with the 14 million, okay, and is that FY $18, the 14 million?
Yes.
Okay, so after we replace that, excluding like a kiosk computer that, things that no one is actually using, or a computer at a vacant workstation where there's no employee, for the actual employees of Dallas County that have computers that they work on every day, what will be the oldest computer that we have then, and the oldest operating system that we have then?
Well,
They should basically those systems we should still have. The Windows 7 basically goes into life in January of 2020, so we'll basically replace another 20% set and stuff the next year. So we should get rid of all of those.
Windows 7 go into the life of what? 2020?
Yes, sir. Right now, currently, Windows 7 is a compliant operating system, but it basically goes into life in January of 2020.
Okay, but wait, I hear what you're saying, but here's my question. So we're going to spend $14 million, right? We're going to replace 3,100 computers. Not a computer that someone doesn't use, but a computer that, like a kiosk computer that is in the law library. But like, for instance, the computer on the clerk's desk. What's the oldest computer we're going to have then, and the oldest operating system we're going to have then, after we spend the $14 million and replace the 3,100?
Just for clarification, the $14 million is not necessarily a replace. That's more than just replacing computers, sir. I think that 3,000 computers, I think it was typically obviously less than that. The other part of that $14 million was talking about storage, was talking about the Microsoft Office going to an enterprise agreement, so on and so forth.
And I'm not even critical of the $14 million. The question is, for our employees, what is the slowest computer left?
The oldest computer, if we're replacing all the systems that are older than 4 years. So you should basically have no systems that are older than 4 years, on people's desks at that particular
And
point.
the operating system, when we're talking Windows, and on that clerk, let's say, or whoever it is, that has the oldest computer, what operating system will be on that?
Those machines that typically still remain as part of the fiscal year 19 budget that will come up would still be Windows 7. We wouldn't replace those with the 20% program that's there as well. The goal is to get the Windows 7 completely replaced by the fiscal year 18-19, to get those completely out of the system.
Ryan, I have some, and again, in this investigation, are there clerks, when I say clerks, I'm talking about district and county clerk. Are they paying for their own computers?
Yes.
Almost always, yes.
Okay. So that's not even included. They're buying computers. I've got judges. I've got, attorney workrooms. Kids e-filing. I got clerks that are paying for their own. Correct? They pay for their own. So that's not even included. That's my point. Management is the issue, and nobody wants to call. And then so when I jump in and started calling a few months ago, then all of a sudden, I'm the old one. It's managed.
Amen.
Well, shall we move on to the next item, folks?
Yep.
What's our next item? That covered all three of them.
Yeah, I guess it covered all three. It covered as much as, y'all can cover. But anyway, that's fine.
Okay. Let's take up our consent agenda. Is there a motion?
You got one
No,
more.
no,
I
don't.
do?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Daniel. I do have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at,
I apologize. Please go ahead.
new dog park.
Every once in a while, we take a look around us and recognize that by making the same decisions, that we don't change anything. As in the world of IT, it is continually changing. There is an outside world, there is the state that impacts not only what we do in county work in a lot of different ways, but also on our IT also. When I was elected in 2012 and took office in 2013, we were in a position of looking at our road and bridge offices. Maybe a little bit of an explanation. I think everybody here understands very, very well that county government is public health, public safety, that each one of us, each of the commissioners has two offices, one here and then one in our district. 2007, 8, 9, districts 1 and 2 no longer had a road crew because we did not have the need in a county that is dramatically urban for 40 guys to be sitting around, in my case, maintaining a half a mile of unincorporated road. Another part of that then is looking at the establishment of our road and bridge offices. And at that time, Commissioner Cantrell will attest to the fact that he and Commissioner Maureen Dickey released their road crews, and there was a transition then into using those two offices for the refurbishing and for the maintenance of the fleet of vehicles in Dallas County. When I came on board then, and after redistricting, essentially, I took over the maintenance of road and bridge that Commissioner Cantrell had been in. And the county went about selling what had been the old road and bridge office, which was at 35 and Royal, more or less. About 3 years later, then at the sale of that, all of the vehicle maintenance then went to Road and Bridge 1, which proved inadequate for that job. The county then looked for a solution to that problem by finding a more centrally located, large enough facility to handle that task. When the new road and bridge when the new vehicle maintenance building was completed, that left then Road and Bridge 1 in Garland essentially vacant. And it's a 7,000 square foot building and a 12.5 acres of land out there. So now we get into what do we do with this building and that land, and once again bringing it up to current needs of what's going on. I mentioned that Road and Bridge in Dallas County is focused on health and public safety, public health, public safety. And part of it, too, is recognizing the needs of our residents. Therefore, building on the shoulders of former commissioners, building on the shoulders of a lot of people across the county, including county leadership with Darrell Martin, facilities people with Jonathan Bassan and Kumar Pilan, Carolyn Thompson, budget with Ryan Brown, IT. The decision was made to take advantage of this space and bring county services to a part of the county that oftentimes, due to lack of transportation, has a difficult time getting down to centrally located services. Therefore, a plan was developed to partner with the Dallas County Juvenile Probation Department in order to bring probation services to the eastern part of the county, so that kids and their families wouldn't have to come all the way downtown to meet with their probation officers. Likewise, the DA's community prosecution section, so that people who had residents of Dallas County who have cases with the DAs could meet with their attorneys in a location closer to them without having to come all the way downtown. It was determined that the number of veterans in the eastern part of the country was significantly a greater percentage than other parts of the county, so it made sense to offer that ability for the veterans to visit a location closer to them rather than once again having to come all the way downtown for services. We also are partnering with the city of Garland. The Garland had not had a spot for policing in the southern part of their city, and so now they've got a drop-off spot in order to allow them to be much more efficient in the services, in their safety services. Another major partner also is Texas A&M AgriLife. For many, many years, Dallas County has had an agreement with Texas A&M AgriLife, which formerly had been, maybe many are more familiar with, the County Extension Program, to, in their efforts to complement what county government is in looking at public health, public safety, and developing through demonstration gardens, through community education, working through 4-H, working through a number of their community health programs, and partnering with them so that the Texas A&M AgriLife has been housed in the North Dallas Government Center, cramped downstairs, and if you hear them talk, it's a pretty pitiful tale. And this would allow them to separate and provide more services to a greater portion
Are they
of
going
the
to
whole
move
county.
to the Road and Bridge one?
They are going to be providing more of their programming there. They will not be moving to Road and Bridge 1 because at this time, the North Dallas Government Center is looking at larger space at 635 and Alpha?
Hillcrest.
Hillcrest.
But I think it would be a great addition to move to Road and Bridge 1.
Well, Road and Bridge 1 is, there's really not enough space there to put all of them there. But if we augment what they do by allowing a lot of their services to be done there, then they can alleviate a little bit of the pressure that what they have now.
How many are there?
How many are?
It's 12 of them. I know, it's 12.
What, from?
From AgriLife.
From AgriLife.
That's 12 of them.
Well, it's 12 of them possibly at that particular facility, but they're at a lot of other places in the county.
I look at their budget. I'm looking at everybody's budget, 12 of them.
Their organization is not only the 12 that Dallas County has, but also a variety of other programming that they do with Texas A&M University and with the state. And Prairie View, absolutely. Let's take a little bit of a look now at what we're talking about. This is formerly Road and Bridge 2, where Commissioner Cantrell was for 17 years, but now is Road and Bridge 1. It was built in 1959, and to the best of my knowledge was last renovated in the late 1970s. One of the reasons that we're not selling this property is this radio tower, which is used by the Sheriff's Department and by the Garland Police and by the Dallas Police Department on a long-term lease. Therefore, we've got the property. What are we going to do with it for the betterment of Dallas County? A lot of the, all of the cars that were being auctioned were left here at Road and Bridge 1. And there's a gas pump that's back here that all of the cars are then able to service and get gas. And so now there are 2 or 3 different places around the county for them to get gas. This is a shed that was in the back of the property that has since been cleaned out by Texas A&M AgriLife, and there's mounds of mulch and dirt in the back. The building had been used. This is an interior view of a holiday party that I had there when I was first elected. As you can see, it's a rather basic, it's a service station. It's where all the cars went to get their oil changed. In order for it to be made into, for us to have a gathering there, the guys would cover all of the equipment that was there and do what they could to clean up the oil and the grease that was on the ground, move tables around, and bring in big attic fans to cool down. About 2/3 of this building had not had air conditioning or heating because it's got these big bay doors, 6 of them, that make that prohibitive. In order to make it easier to deal with, we halfway raised the doors in order to have any kind of meeting or presentation there. We started looking at what could be done, what are some of the needs of the community of Dallas County, and what could be done with the 7,000 square feet and the 12.5 acres of land. So we talked with a lot of people, had community meetings, talked to a lot of staff people, and just looking at, okay, this is just another view of the types of space that are there. And that's how we arrived at the partners that would be working together with Road and Bridge 1. Started drawing plans, talking with people, listening to a lot of suggestions, seeing what might work, working with Friese and Nichols is the next slide, was hired to put some of that into practice. This was the piece of property before with the building being there, and this was a possibility of what it could be afterwards. In preparation, we started cleaning it up, and gratefully R&B4 stepped in because they still do have a crew and helped clean up in order to make it as safe, and there was a few rodent problems in the area too. So there was a lot of cleaning of the underbrush and just the cleaning off of the property. So I did want to say thank you very much to R&B4 for allowing us to clean it up. This then began the renovation of the building itself. After it was making it a basic, shifting it into a multi-use office space and place where larger groups of people could meet. We had to clean out asbestos and rehabbing a lot of the portion of the building. Denco is the company that offered their expert advice, and this is meeting with partners to see what kinds of what are better ways to use the property. So we met with a lot of the stakeholders. This was the bay doors around the servicing for the vehicles. There was no heating or air conditioning in about 2/3 of the building. And there you see open in all of its glory and its gutted space. The work begins by replacing walls, pulling out all the old carpeting, putting in the air conditioning, looking at the walls. A new roof had been put on. So these are stakeholders and Friese and Nichols helping us. There's the HVAC system being put into it. And checking back periodically with the DA's office, with Veteran Services, with the Juvenile Department, and with Texas A&M AgriLife to see if, in fact, it was going to work for the needs that they had. We did have one meeting when it was awfully cold and there was no heating or anything at that particular point. There was barely electricity. But it's still checking back and forth. What are better ways that we can use this space that the county had? These were some of the ideas that A&M AgriLife came, and the flagpole is one of the first picture, the top two pictures up there, and ways that they can use their expertise in plant life and agriculture, in demonstration, experimental processes that they've done. And here's the space blocked into the Goldie part was what is left of the Commissioner's Court side. The shared space is the greenish area that has places for the interviews with juvenile, the interviews with veterans, as well as small office space and then smaller meeting space. The last area, the blue would be it's just a very large meeting area. There is also ample parking outside because it is a big piece of land. AgriLife has started to do their planting. This is what the large main area looks like, and you can see where the bay doors had been. What was done to the building itself, taking the basic foundation that was there, we did not change the footprint at all, but added the insulation, added the heating and cooling, covered the cement floors, but the basic foundation piece is still there. But it was finishing out the area for maximum utility and versatility. This is just the same space at our first meeting. This is the entryway now with all the blank walls. I asked local artists if they would loan me some of their work to provide just a little bit of a softening and show that this also could be an exhibition space. There is a very small demonstration kitchen so that once the eggplant are grown in that 12.5 acres, that our families could then know, okay, what do you do with it? How do you cook this eggplant? This is the entryway, one of the small conference rooms, and this is the way the outside of it looks like now, with the bay doors there, which they no longer provided, we no longer needed the space to serve as a service station anymore, to keep our fleet running anymore, but it now provides the light into making a welcoming space for a lot of other kinds of activities. A couple of the other things I would just like to make note of. It was Commissioner Pickett who, in fact, remodeled, I think, in the late 1970s. And because he was in office 1975 through 79. And he graciously came and took a look at the space that he had renovated. We cleaned up the paneling and cleaned up replaced the carpeting, but then kept it just as it was. That's all the work that he had done. And then the second photo, obviously, is the one person who has spent probably the most time in that particular office over the life of the building has been Commissioner Cantrell. And also Commissioner Jim Jackson had visited. You may wonder what is the cost of this? And looking at the variety of costs, taking a building that was no longer serviceable and making it into a spot that has multi-services for the county. So we separated out some of the costs, the removal of asbestos, the pulling out of old carpet, the repairing of ceiling, putting in the air conditioning and the heating, of making the building ADA compliant, both inside and out, which are things they would be costs that in order to use the building at all would have to been borne anyway. What was added was the audiovisual equipment so that in fact it can be used by any department in the county, across the county, for a whole variety of uses. One of the things, and willing to bet that anybody in this room has looked for a space in the county to have meetings, to have trainings, to have workshops. We now have a space that is available to schedule its use that can hold up to 125 people in it, which does provide that space. I know that Mr. Martin has already said that he'd like the sheriff's group to have their monthly trainings there. The sheriff's department has contacted us for a large meeting that they're going to have for continuing training in November. The Texas AgriLife is doing one of their workshops, and they've scheduled 3 of those starting in August. At this time, we are now finishing up the security and linking the new R&B 1 with the central security system that is used throughout the county, so that it can be a safe and secure spot for all of us to work and to have meetings at. And these are some of the partners that got us where we are at this point. At the ribbon cutting, therefore, you've got Jonathan Bassan and Mr. Richard Davis, who's the director of Texas A&M AgriLife, and then David, who is the construction leader who kept it on time and within budget, and Tracy Magadini, an architect who has done a number of public buildings to efficiently and effectively, both cost-wise and in making it a space that could be usable in so many different ways for the betterment of Dallas County and of its residents. If there are people in this room who would like to use this space for their meetings, please contact Claudia Vargas at our offices, and she'd be more than happy to see if that can be accommodated. This is a county building. This is one of our buildings. This is one of the 55 buildings that Dallas County has and maintains. This is the building then that all of us can share in. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. And my building was built in that year too, but I don't have $2 million to spend on that. I got to spend on roads. Speaking of that budget, I want to know from every road and bridge district, I want to know how much money we got. How much money we got in it, how much left, how much we've expended, because some of us are having to spend every penny on roads and bridges. That's what R&B 5 is designed to do.
Well, I'm so glad you brought that up, because in fact that is what R&B 1 has been doing. Because I did not have a road crew, I have worked with each one of my member cities on projects either that they would not have done, working on repairing roads, working on the Type B roads, and on their bridges. Over the last, in fact, in this year, it'd be about $4.5 million that I'll be putting into that also. So I think that I have not changed in my commitment to the statutory requirements of being a road and bridge.
Yeah, but once you give it to the court, we'll get a chance to see who's expending. That's the reason I think there's a transfer today of a couple of $100,000. The reason people are transferring, because we're using all the dollars with regards to roads and bridges. So, okay, thank you.
Have I done anything that has there been a change in my commitment to working with my roads and bridges for my communities?
There's been no change. You don't have a road bridge. You have funding that you use for give as a grant and aid. That's the program we adopted for road and bridge.
So that's Commissioner Cantrell and her. So yes. How much, what's the balances?
I don't have those with me.
Approximately.
Approximately, Road and Bridge 1 started with about $9 million at the beginning of the year. She has spent about $4.5 million, as she stated, during the year. Commissioner Cantrell started the year with an unencumbered cash balance. I think it was about $800,000.
800,000?
And,
Okay.
and both you and Commissioner Garcia began the year with negative numbers.
Negative numbers, because we're
Negative
spending our money on what the
All
road.
mine's gone, too. All mine's gone.
Okay, let's talk a bit about that, because
But I'm just saying, we spend it because we got, first of all, I got 99% of the damn roads, okay? You know, unincorporated. That's what the law says, okay? Spending it. And we are spending on negative numbers. My point is that we don't have it. Even with a $4.5 million balance, that's a lot of dadgum money, you know, and there are a lot of projects that are still out there. I mean, we're not spending them willy-nilly. We're spending them within policy. Is
okay,
that correct?
let's talk with Ms. Blair about working with each of my communities and the efforts that we have gone through to make
I
those
just asked
agreements.
about what the balance was. We got negatives in 3 and 4. Cantrell had
Well,
maybe.
you've got 124 miles and I've got a half a mile on the one hand. But my commitment to my cities, I think, is one of the areas that, no, I cannot be faulted either. Ms. Blair.
What's been occurring is we've been working side by side with Dr. Daniels on trying to facilitate with the city of Dallas. That's been the centerpiece, because a lot of her areas within the city of Dallas, Garland, I know definitely city of Garland, city of Mesquite, those locations you've been able to facilitate and work forth. City of Dallas has been where we've really tried to open up the door to get opportunities, and that has been a long-standing effort. We were able to facilitate that more so in your district, in District 1. District 4, there were some issues there because, again, City of Dallas, looking at most of the work for City of Dallas wasn't going to be with using county forces, and that was the issue for looking at the other districts. So therefore, District 1 was able to utilize a better fit for what was needed for road and bridge funds.
I think I was the first district, or at least I've been told that District 1 was the first one that did forge the PSAs with the city of Dallas in order to increase and to respond better to the, had you done that before?
No, we've done work. Been doing work in the city of Dallas for years. That's $4.5 million.
The key issue, again, with City of Dallas,
$4.5 million.
4.5, yes, sir.
All right, well, with that, I suggest we move on to the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. Just a second. All those in favor? See, we already got a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Let's move on to the bid. Hang on 1 second, please.
So let me see if
Give me a motion on the bids, please.
Well,
Anyone?
I'll move the award of bids. There's only 4 of them.
Second.
Price moved, Cantrell seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Why don't we, well, let's take the non-controversial court orders, and then we're going to go to the Parkland.
They're not scheduled till 11.
Yeah.
Well, we need to move them.
Here's what I've got, guys. Let's
1-64.
pull 10 for a discussion, because Dr. Garcia and I have an idea of an amendment for that. Pulling, let's see, according to what I've got here, I've got pulling M1, is that correct? Okay. M32, M56 off the agenda, okay, and then I've got pulling 10, 24, 72, and 73 for separate votes, okay?
Yep.
Hold on, and I definitely want to talk about 68.
You know, pull it for a separate vote?
Well, I don't want to talk about it.
72, 73. 10, 24, 72, and 73.
Hopefully.
You know, off 1 and 33.
So we also want to pull 68 for a separate vote. Okay? So
68. He also wants to separate 68.
Whenever you get that on the screen, I'll take a motion in a second. Let me read, you want me to say that again?
Yes, please.
Okay. 1, 32, 56 off the agenda for 2 weeks or whenever, and 10, 24, 68, 10, 24, 68, 72, and 73 for separate votes.
Second.
Got it?
So moved.
Second.
These computers.
Well, we're having, we're still working on the computer, but while it's happening, does anybody have any comments on these non-controversial, non-pulled court orders?
Oh, hold on.
I know IT is pissed off, but my computer still ain't working. No, I done hit that 30 times. It ain't working.
You voted 30 times?
No.
We tried to fix it 30
trying to
times.
fix it. We're trying to fix it.
It was fixed last night because I was here late.
Yeah, well, it ain't fixed this morning. That's the problem. It ain't evergreen. Anyway.
In this moment, I would like to take a moment to recognize Fred Washington, who is my appointment to the Trails Board. And he's somebody I'd worked with many years ago, but comes with a wealth of experience. He's a Dallas ISD, knows what he's in a basketball coach. So I think that he brings a lot of interest and willingness to work with the trail. So thank you very much, Fred, for your willingness.
If you county, no, did you?
It's Texas' fault.
No, county, I think, did you buy this out of your budget?
Yes.
You can blame me.
That's all right. They didn't come up here twice. That's all right, don't worry about it.
Okay, just one moment. Hold on, I did have a.
Well, while there's a lull in the action, here's kind of some fun news. We've got some faith partners. You know, we were going to bring unaccompanied minors here to Dallas.
That's not on the agenda.
Well, I'm taking a moment of personal prep.
Well, if it's going to be a policy discussion, it has to be posted on the agenda.
It's not a policy discussion. It's what 2 churches are doing for kids.
Okay. All right.
So
if you don't, as long as you don't get into policy.
Yeah. Many people stepped up to offer to help those kids, and it was decided to place those kids on military bases rather than here in Dallas. And so 2 local churches, but they're bringing in people of other faiths as well, are actually doing the religious services for the kids in McAllen and El Paso this weekend. So I want to recognize those churches that are in the lead on that. Highland Park University Methodist Church is taking a team to Tornillo this weekend, and Preston Wood Baptist Church, that may be in Plano, I'm not exactly sure where that's cited, is handling the services in McAllen. And there will be members of other faiths, including Islam and Judaism, with them as well. And we're also pulling together a book drive, if anyone is interested in giving books for children, mostly boys, ages 5 to 17. We need about 400 Spanish-speaking, non-R-rated books, and so we'll be taking those as well this weekend.
Do you have them already?
We don't have the books. We just got green-lighted by the holdup this morning at about 8:10. So we need 400 books in Spanish. They can be gently used, and mostly for boys, and G, PG, PG-13, but not R, please. And also, lastly, we need some Spanish Bibles. I think probably I can reach out to the Catholic. I think we can probably get those, but if anybody's got Spanish Bibles, we need about 400.
Is the Catholic Diocese helping you on this one?
That's not, I'm going to try to put them into that group, but no, they weren't the group that got green-lighted for this project. But I'm going to be talking to Bishop Burns after this.
Please.
Hey, we're on the screen. Because if we didn't get on the screen soon, I was going to resort to card tricks that I learned in college. All right. So it's on the screen. Is there any discussion, because we're bumping up on the Parkland public hearing? Any discussion on the non-controversial court orders? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the passes unanimously.
I move Court Order 24.
Oh, we got 13.
We got time.
Sure.
Court Order 24.
So Court Order 24 has been moved.
Second.
All right. And Dr. Garcia and I were looking at this, and so I want to, make an amendment to this. And
Are you talking about 10?
No, we're talking about one, right?
I skipped 10 to get to the non-controversial ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Number 24, that's
Sorry.
what we're voting on.
Okay, got you.
All right, 24 is one of these tech shares, right? Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
That's
Any
right.
any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wait till she catches up. You're on 24, Ann?
Yes, sir, I'm on 24.
Okay. Is that messing you up to skip?
It's okay, Judge.
Good,
I'll go
okay.
with it.
And I'll abstain on that one.
I also abstain.
Okay, you want to turn it down?
Move Court Order 72.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Wait a minute, hold on.
It's one of these tech share deals. Contracts for more people. to
Okay,
work on.
this is the spaghetti thing, okay.
Okay,
Personal service contracts.
okay.
Okay, 1, 2, any discussion?
She did.
Oh, we're not up yet. Oh, yeah, there we go. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
I do too. We're hiring people of the company that we just dismissed, Mr. Bittram?
Yes, ma'am. The previous relationship was that Sogeti was the developer of record. All we're doing on this particular occasion, we're just using their state contract. They have a state contract for staffing services. So we've interviewed these folks and we basically are bringing them on. And like I say, we're using the staffing contract that they have with the state DIR contract. I mean, the contract to bring these folks on. There's just a staffing company. So they're not doing the development work per se.
We're not doing the developer with them, but we're hiring their staff on the state contract. Okay, gotcha.
Move Court Order 73.
Yes.
I wouldn't do it with a 10
Well,
people.
and a quick question on that before we go to 73, because what Sogeti was doing is they were bringing in former people that have worked for us as the contractors. Is this one of our former people that we've had a relationship with that's worked for us?
No, sir. I don't believe this is a former person.
Oh, so this
Yes,
is
sir.
somebody that-
Again, just to clarify, previously they were basically doing the entire development package, and certainly we pulled that back. All we're doing is we just leveraging their contract like we were
Certain
with Robert
skill
Half.
sets that you need for this
Yes,
project,
sir.
and that's who you're hiring.
That's what we're hiring. These are new people that we're basically bringing in.
73.
73, you moved it.
Second.
All right, it's been seconded. Any further discussion?
No, same thing.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Yeah, I abstained, and actually I should have voted no.
And that puts us a little past
Okay.
11, so we're going to come back to those last.
We have 10 and 68 remaining.
Well, we probably knocked. How long's your discussion on 68? My discussion is very short.
Mine, I got discussion when we,
15 minutes.
60.
when we gonna discuss the,
Oh, Nico.
Well, I'm just thinking I can knock these out before we go into parking lot. We're not going to spend a lot of time.
no, you're gonna spend some time
All
on
right,
it.
well, let's go ahead and knock out Parkland. We got a lot of people here from Parkland. So our agenda calls for a hearing on the Dallas County Hospital District. Would the representatives of Parkland please come forward?
We're about to go to Parkland. We skip 68. We're going to come back.
Fred, I put on a blue tie this morning, but then I switched out in solidarity with you.
We have two speakers that want to talk about.
Let me ask the question of, this is on the two speakers that signed up on Parkland were, John Proctor and
Luis Espinola.
and Louis. So is be an opportunity to speak, but this is about budget. Did you want to speak about budget or something different? Okay.
You want to talk about policy, but Proctor is not on, I thought Proctor's
He's on
on Pleasant Run. Yeah, he's on Pleasant Run.
Okay, so then you would speak at the end. It's only if it's related to this that you speak now. So you can go ahead, Fred.
Okay.
But Luis, we will hear from you after this.
Well, wait a second, well, we get the presentation teed up.
Is that,
Oh, it's just in color?
is it the same, Dr. Sirena?
It's the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same.
Well, already been.
All right. Are you going to advance forward? Thank you. All right, so the intro slide is just to make the point that there's a lot of uncertainty in our budget this year, will be in ensuing years, and that's based on the fact that about 75% of our patients are either uninsured or on Medicaid, and so we're heavily dependent on state and federal policies that impact those programs. So in 18, you see these are 4 of the significant shifts that we saw in 18. One reduced around the reduction in the budget related to uncompensated care burden relief program. That was part of the Medicaid waiver program. Deferral of the Medicaid, so that was a negative impact on us. The deferral of the Medicaid dish cuts was a positive impact. Congress voted in January to defer those cuts. We received enhancements in our Medicare dish payments that.
Wait, before you start, in the future, either Ms. Ardain, someone, when you do this, so that it'll be kind of clear and concise, when you do that reduction in your UC burden relief, and you say it's 13 million, and then you turn around and say deferral of Medicaid, and it's 13 million. I mean, kind of put that out there, so show that it's a wash.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, get a little bit more in the details, because some of us go back and, we retain all of this stuff, and, we make these notes, but I'd like to see this production, okay? Please.
Okay, sure. On balance, each of these is shifts over $10 million, like you pointed out, and on balance, we came out favorable in 18, and you'll see that reflected in our projected budget performance for 18.
I thought these two were a wash.
Those two are a wash. The children's lawsuit, which is not Children's Hospital here, but it's a larger lawsuit involving children's hospitals that has to do with how their cost for uncompensated care gets calculated and allowed. We're right now accruing for about $10 million for that reduction, because as that benefit goes elsewhere, that'll be a reduction to other providers. That's still in flux right now, and as is the Medicare dish payments, that's still a moving target as well. But that's been a significant increase for us of over $30 million this year, we anticipate. And so because of all those ins and outs, we're going to come out significantly on the positive side, primarily related to the Medicare dish changes for 18.
So is that still at $2 million a month?
That's correct, about $2.5 million a month that we're now accruing for.
$2.5 million?
Correct.
Okay.
In future years, we expect the Medicaid dish cuts to become enacted in 2020, unless Congress acts before then. Once again, the state is currently working on a formulation for the dish and uncompensated care distribution. That's part of the waiver renewal, and we don't know how those funds are going to be distributed yet. We're hoping for status quo, but we're waiting on news there. There is a reduction in the DSRIP, the Delivery System Reform Incentive Payments, that is included in the waiver, and we expect those payments to reduce over the next several years and in 4 years go away. The hope is, and the expectation is, that those will get replaced with something, but that's not defined at this point. And the QUIP is the nursing home program, and there were some changes proposed earlier this year to the QUIP payments that ended up being deferred, and so we expect more discussion of that next year as well. And when I say discussion of that, I mean expect reductions in that program to be proposed once again. Not sure where that will land. That's about a $6 million a year program for us.
But your position is, being equipped with $6 million, we're gonna come out positive?
Well, we don't expect to, that's a voluntary program, and so we don't expect to participate if it's not going to be a positive for us. It's just that the amount of positive has reduced over the years, and now it's, $6 million program for us. It had been a $12 million program for us when it was initiated.
And you'll stay in it until it becomes not a net benefit to the hospital, correct?
That's right, that's right.
See, and that was my point, though, Commissioner, because what I had was, and I know Mike Malay sent me some follow-up, but 29 nursing home, 300 bed days, I think you told me at that time, I think 14,000 bed days, 354 patients.
Right.
So, and what he's saying is we'll stay in the program until it's no longer positive. Where are you doing the offsets? Are the offsets strictly with the money or the availability of the beds and the bed days?
Probably more of the latter. They're both part of the calculation. Obviously, if we went negative on the dollars, it would be a problem. Up to this point, it's only positive because when we participate, we do an IGT and then we get the IGT back in the form of payments plus some additional percentage. So that's the structure of the program. So I wouldn't expect it to end up being a negative. It's just how much that gets reduced. But because we get the bed days, because we get access to beds that we wouldn't otherwise get, it remains an attractive program even with the shrinking financial benefit.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, and while we're
That's
on
the only reason why we're really in it.
Well, that's
is
the
to be
only
able to
reason,
have those beds to be able to
Yeah.
get people out of the
We
hospital.
have a lot of uninsured people who wouldn't have access to those beds otherwise.
And they said, and what was interesting is 14,000 bed days and only 354 patients, approximately.
Yeah, so it's generally people that we know would be in the hospital for a prolonged period of time, 6 weeks getting IV antibiotics, for instance.
Okay.
What's the cost savings per day between hospital and nursing home?
Our cost for a bed day is probably around $1,500.
$1,500
Yeah.
was the cost in the hospital.
And the nursing home is probably $250, $300.
200 and something, yeah,
I'm
250.
guessing something like
So it's
that.
14, yeah.
For low acuity, maybe goes up to $400 for higher
I know there's a
acuity.
little bit of a shift on that, but
Right. So it's a significant financial difference. And really, how we've dealt with it in the past is people have stayed in the hospital and we've incurred those costs. They've occupied a bed that we could use for somebody who needs it more. So the next slide just touches on some of our operational issues that we continue to face. You will see when I look at our volumes that the volumes we're projecting are going to remain fairly stable because the hospital is full now, and so any efficiencies we get out of our throughput will show up in our volumes. We've seen that over the past couple of years. We're starting to hit the limit of what we can do there. We have a number of behavioral health challenges that have been a new stress this year. We've added some resources around that. We have received a waiver from the state to double up some of the beds in our inpatient unit. We plan to build out some shelf space there to create an additional 14-bed total in that unit. So it's a 14-bed unit now. When that's all said and done, it'll be a 28-bed unit. And we are also creating an extended observation unit, which is in space adjacent to our emergency department, where we will be able to have an additional 18 recliners for observation people that don't necessarily need to be inpatient, but need some additional treatment before they can be connected to outpatient care. We continue to try to add programs to address the opioid problem. We've got a couple of addictionologists on staff now. We've got a very active program around our neonatal intensive care unit for neonatal abstinence syndrome. We'll be adding services around complex pain on the outpatient side to try to address that issue. That's an ongoing concern. Patient access remains a challenge. In several of our clinics, we have prolonged wait times, and so we have initiatives in the budget this year to attempt to address some of those wait times. One example of that is our sleep lab, where we've got a very long wait time for patients in our sleep lab, and so we'll be doing, adding some space to expand that service. The next slide, just to give you a bit of a sample of some of the work that's going on to try to improve within the scope of services that we do. The Nursing Pathways to Excellence is sort of the first step towards nurse magnet status. And what that is it's a program that emphasizes nurse engagement in decision-making, nurse development, and we're already seeing some benefit to that program. Our nursing turnover from fiscal year 15 to 18 has gone from 19% to 13%, so we've seen significant reduction in nurse turnover, and that's a direct result of some of the work we're doing around nursing engagement and nursing development. We talked a little bit already about nursing home placements. We're going to be adding additional resources to try to, within the nursing homes that we currently own, to try to create some more bed capacity, so we'll be able to get some more of the more complex long-term patients out. You have a question?
Yes, Doctor, there was some stories on TV about some of the facilities not still being the best quality that are, within our Parkland system. I know that you have told us in the past that you have allocated a staff that is reviewing not only the delivery of care, but also the services that we are contracting with them. Can you elaborate a little bit more, since the stories were really, bad?
Yes. So when we added these nursing facilities, we also added 3 surveyors that have experience with state surveys. And so we have surveyors that go to each nursing home once a month. We'll walk the facility, sit down with the leadership of the facility, and review census, review quality metrics, and so those star ratings that were talked about on TV, CMS actually changed the way they calculate those ratings. So there's been a difference in the calculation. So a before and after is really not a legitimate comparison. But what we do know is that the state instituted quality metrics that have to do with pressure ulcers, falls, use of antipsychotics, and those type of metrics. And we're seeing improvement in those homes. Our nursing facilities, in addition to other facilities around the state that are in the QUIP program, have seen improvement on all of those quality metrics. And so when you look at what the program, the measures that were designed to pay attention to, those are moving. And in our case, as I said, we've got surveyors who go out on a monthly basis and are reviewing those things with the nursing facilities.
Well, and I understand the metrics, and obviously we have to do whatever the states tell us with the metrics, but are we checking on our patients? Are we checking that even if the metrics don't show big warning signs, that the patients that are receiving the care are really being taken care of adequately?
Well, so each time our surveyors go, they check to see who was in Parkland and who was at that nursing facility. We look at readmissions. Did they come back into the hospital? If so, why? And we bring educational programs out to the nursing facility. Our infection control will go out if that's indicated. We've had our police go out and talk about active shooters. We've had our pharmacy people go out and talk about medication reconciliation. As a result of one state survey, there was an issue with medication reconciliation, so we sent a group in from our pharmacy to go look at that process.
Again, do you have the opportunity to check on the patient? Not on the management side, but on the patients?
We don't have, we're not doing, we don't have the provider, we're not the providers that are providing care in there, so we can look at performance, but we're not doing individualized care.
Okay. Well, that was one of the parts that was not telling that story, that we don't have the authority to go and check other than the metrics and the qualifications within the state, that the state requires.
That's right. We have agreed with those homes to do management, and we go and check to see that management is happening.
Gotcha.
Well, but if you get individual complaints, we've called and you've gone and you've checked.
When there's a survey finding, our team goes in. So we are very involved in looking at ongoing maintenance, and when there's an issue, we're in.
So we encourage the public that has some concerns to let us know, especially, if there's one of the facilities that Parkland is doing business with.
Absolutely, and we take that seriously. If we hear complaints, we are going to go in and look.
Thank you, Dr. Solis. That was my question.
Yes, and on balance, like I said, that's been a beneficial program to us because otherwise we'd have people lingering in the hospital where they don't need to be in the hospital, and so this has allowed us an avenue to take care of more patients in a more appropriate setting.
Thank you.
Moving on, the telehealth and e-consult. The e-consult is our email consultation service. Those are programs that we continue to grow. We're doing about 150 e-consults in our hepatitis clinic, and we're rolling that out to other clinics. It's a more efficient way for us to be able to address some of the demand for our specialty clinic services. Healthcare communities, we have about a year of that project under our belt now. This is a $4.5 million CMS grant for us to work with other providers in the community to coordinate care, particularly looking at social determinants of health. And so we're doing this in partnership with Methodist, partnership with Baylor, Children's Hospital, Metro Care, to look at how to institute a screening program for social needs that are impacting their health care, and then we will combine that with referral and care management. And so we're now connected to about 100 community-based organizations. We go live with that program in August. So a lot of the grant was designed to have a year of groundwork that put the networks together, and then we would go live in August. So we've made a lot of progress there. Just a couple of other things. Our Score for Adherence to Medication is a program we put together to look at patients that may not be getting access to medication. We think they are. We're writing a prescription. We're seeing them in clinic, but their glucose, for instance, is still out of control. And so working with a pharmacy benefits manager, we now have access to fill data, prescription fill data, from over 90% of pharmacies. So we can look when somebody comes to clinic and see if they've actually gotten their medication filled as a reason for their disease not being well controlled. And that allows us to have an honest conversation and try to understand what's the barrier there to getting the medication filled so we can address that. Absent that information, we can only go by what was prescribed, and we know oftentimes that's not giving us an accurate picture. And then we continue our work on streamlining diagnostic tests. We have a clinical team that looks at tests that don't add value and work with our providers to eliminate those tests as options in the hospital. And this year, we've eliminated about $500,000 worth of testing by that process, and that's a process that continues to grow as well. The next slide just now gets into how we put together, the process of putting together the budget. What you're going to see today is based on our initial review. We will have ongoing conversations not only with you, but internally and with our Budget and Finance Committee. These will be, our current estimates are going to be reviewed again in July at our Budget and Finance Committee, and I have a schedule on the end of this presentation that gives all of the dates. We're still doing our income analysis as we speak. These are some of our major assumptions we have going into the budget. Our salaries and benefits, we've modeled a 3% merit increase. That's consistent with national data that we have. We're confirming that with local DFW Hospital Council data as well. Surgical supplies, we're modeling a 1.5% increase. That's a combination of some savings that we're still extracting as a result of things like standardizing some of our more expensive appliances and also inflation. And so we think 1.5 is a reasonable inflationary amount under supplies.
You keep talking about Budget and Finance Committee. I want to see a process flow for Parkland, because I want to know how something that began deals in facilities winds up in Budget and Finance. I just want to see what your process flow. We're going to hear some comments later on, but I want to find out how it winds up in Budget and Finance when the appropriation is already there and facility takes on a whole different kind of definition with regards to it.
Okay, we can get you that. If it's going through Budget and Finance, it's likely because it's got a contractual element, and the contracts all go through Budget and Finance. But I can sort of get you a breakdown of how items flow to either facilities or Budget and Finance. But generally speaking, you'll see a lot of facilities items in Budget and Finance, because once you get to a contract, that's got to get approved through Budget and Finance.
So that means it has been complied with, and there are no objections?
Well, I'm not, so when we develop, when we do a procurement, if that's what you're talking about, we do a procurement, the assumption is we're complying with the rules of procurement. We do that, we develop a contract with a selected vendor, and then that's brought to Budget and Finance. If at any stage along the process, there's an appeal, or there's a question raised, then that generally is going to get addressed before we have a finalized contract that comes to Budget and Finance. And if we bring something to Budget and Finance that becomes questioned, we can always take it off, and that's happened before, where it comes off the agenda, and then we go back and have to do some rework.
Okay.
So we're budgeting 7% increase in pharmaceuticals, and then our staffing is budgeted towards man hours per unit of service. So most of that is going to be benchmarked staffing metrics. The next few slides look at our volume trends, and again, as I described, these are going to be flat, generally, particularly on the inpatient side, because the hospital is full now. Our adjusted patient days is a combination metric that looks at inpatient days and includes a factor for outpatient clinic visits. And so you can see that that's projected to be flat for 19. The next slide looks at our inpatient volume. The green line is our total volume. The blue line is our traditional, our inpatient admissions, and the red line at the bottom is our short stay or observation stays. The red and the blue add up to the green. And again, you can see that that's projected to be relatively flat. Same thing with our deliveries. If you go to the ER, same thing with the ER. The one line on here that I do expect to change a little bit, because we're still working out how to capture these behavioral health or the psychiatric visits in the new space that we're adding there. So that one will change. These projections are based on prior year, and so I expect to see a bit of a bump there. But as you can tell, that's a relatively small number when you look at our overall emergency volume. When we're up close to 250,000, and the ED is going to be in that 5,000 to 7,000 range. But we do expect an increase there for current year and for 19. Going to outpatient clinic visits, again, you see that you've got a total line, and that's broken down by our COPCs, our primary care clinics, and our OPCs, which is our specialty visits, and then our women's services. And again, that's projected to be flat. This one I do expect to move, because we do have some initiatives in the budget that will increase some access in our outpatient clinic areas to try to address some of our areas of backlog. And so as we refine these numbers, I expect to see this number move a little bit.
Is there an explanation for the increasing in general population in Dallas County has been on the upswing for years? Why are these showing flat?
Why are they flat? Again, as you can see from prior years, there's been a small increase each year, and it's just because we have not added any new clinics or any new capacity. One of the things that we're looking at for next year is, do we have the opportunity, can we increase the space, add some clinics? We know we've got work to do in Vickery. It's a small clinic that we would like to replace Vickery, or at least expand Vickery, because it's a small clinic now. Between Vickery and Garland, we've got some volume pressures we're going to try to address in the coming years. So mainly the small increase, again, is because we haven't added additional capacity in the outpatient side, and that's what we want to, other than, we'd like to do a couple of things this year, looking at things like weekends and evenings. We've gone to evenings before, and what the group tells me is it's generally lightly subscribed when we do that. But one thing we want to look at is using our existing space to see if we can create some more capacity. I mentioned the telehealth and e-consults, doing more visits around there. These numbers don't catch those, they don't capture those additional entry points. So there's more volume that's happening, it's just not showing up in a face-to-face clinic visit.
So patients have more options.
That's
one of the explanations.
That's correct. Like I said, in GI, we're doing 150 of those a month now, but they're not showing up in these numbers. And so one of the things we need to do is kind of capture all those alternative visits as well, because when we look at, again, physical space and face-to-face visits, there's a limit to what you can get to. And but if we do things like telehealth visits or email visits or phone visits and that sort of stuff, to get the care done, but not tax the physical capacity, we want to be able to do more of that. So we're attacking it from a few different fronts. The next one is the income statement and our projections for both for 18 and for 19. If you look at the first column, you'll see the projections for 18 that don't include the nursing facilities. We had budgeted a $39 million deficit that was still going to be cash positive, but just slightly cash positive for 18. Right now, we're tracking significantly better than that at $11.7 million deficit. We do expect that number to move. I don't expect it to be as bad as $39 million deficit. We think we're going to be better than budgeted. It may not be as much as just $11 million deficit, but we do expect it to be better than budgeted. When you add in the nursing facilities at $6 million, you see right now we're tracking just under $6 million deficit for or net income or net loss for 18. If you track over to the right, you will see that we're tracking for the first time that I brought you a budget, at least first out of the gate, not a deficit budget, but just about a break-even budget for 19. This is, I will point out, the assumption here, the major assumption on that break-even or that $7 million positive budget is the ad valorem tax assumption. Right now, we know that the county's counting on estimating 8%. We've included that estimate into our projections in this model.
Staying at the existing rate.
At the existing rate, keep it staying at the existing rate. The next slide.
Where would your budget be at the effective rate?
Again, talks. What's that?
Where would it be? So that's the existing rate, taking all of the increase in people's property and not giving them any break. If we went to the effective rate, where would your budget be? Do you know?
It would. That would probably. I believe that would add an additional $25 million to. So it would be a negative 25.
Instead of 14.
Million or so. And what's that?
Instead of 16 or 14, that's what we're projecting.
The break-even.
Is
what they're projecting.
Break-even?
Yes.
You had to make that up through depreciation or something.
It would put us in, yes, it would put us in a deficit position from the income statement, and so it would not fully fund depreciation.
That would be it.
And so the next slide just kind of fleshes out those assumptions. The first one is, the revenue assumption, and that's at the existing rate. Assumes the existing rate both for the overall rate, the debt service rate, which I'll show you in the next slide, would go down from 1.8 cents to 1.7 cents on the debt financing. And then the last two slides just tell you the work that we have to do. We're still working on our FTE reconciliation, our net revenue analysis. We'll be doing our internal budget review meetings next week. And so as we roll out these assumptions with our departments, we expect some changes there, but we don't expect major shifts like we've perhaps had sometime in prior years. And then the last slide just is the review of the schedule. Questions?
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions for Dr. Cerise beyond what we asked? Going through it? Hey, thank you so much for being here, for all the great work you're doing.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. And hopefully someone can stay for whatever the concerns are, some of the public speakers there.
Yeah, there are some concerns.
Well, I tell you what, why don't we suspend the rules in here? There's only one speaker, and I think that's Louise.
Well, I got a motion. Yeah, well, I got a motion to reconsider on 52.
Right, but so because we got a lot of people from Parkland here, and so that the right person hears the concerns, if we could, let's hear from Mr. Spinola now, since he's on Parkland, and that way we can get the Parkland folks back to serving their patients. Luis, if you'll come forward. Bela, please read the rules of decorum for our public speaker.
All Commissioners Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provision of the Dallas County Code, section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and form at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause will be kept brief and observance of time constraints from visitors and/or registered speakers may be removed and subject to penalties provided by the state of Texas Penal Code section 38-13, 42-01, 42-05. Registered speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, maximum discussion on any one topic limited to 30 minutes.
So, Mr. Spinola, you'll start by just stating your name and address, and then above me, up here, when you start speaking, our pictures will go away, and there's like a traffic light. When it's yellow, you got about 30 seconds, or you do have 30 seconds. When it's red, just finish your thought, All right? So,
Can
go ahead. Good to have you here.
Spinola, 18 Chalk Hill Road, Dallas, Texas, 75212.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Judge Clay Jenkins and Honorable Commissioners. I'm President of Azteca Enterprises, a local minority-owned construction company. I want to thank the county and Parkland for the construction opportunities that our company has been given over the years and currently as a GC and a JV partner. We were a partner in the JV that built the new Parkland Hospital building, a very successful project, which was an opportunity that helped us grow capacity and experience. Thanks to this project, Azteca and H.R. Russell, another minority company, formed a JV, pursued and won the construction of the pedestrian bridge that connects the old and new Parkland hospitals. The joint ventures have helped us grow capacity, gain experience, hire more personnel, and train them, expand our bonding capacity, and mature as contractors and as a business. At the same time, we have provided significant opportunities to other minority firms. Azteca submitted a proposal for the Parkland Breast Cancer Center as a JV partner with a large company. We were selected as the winning team, but the project was canceled because Parkland decided to move the center to a new OPC, or outpatient clinic building. This same team later submitted a proposal for the OPC. The primary reason I'm here today is to respectfully share my concerns in regards to comments made recently by a Parkland staff member against selecting joint ventures for construction projects at Parkland, specifically between large minority contractors and large minority-owned contractors. This individual stated that large minority-owned JV partners don't bring meaningful participation and that we shield ourselves of responsibility, and the only small minority companies bring meaningful participation as subcontractors. If Parkland did not want to select a JV, which I don't think represents Parkland's intentions, then that should have been clearly stated in the solicitation of the OPC, so we would not have wasted our time and money on data of our partners and minority team members. When Azteca takes part on these JVs, we provide personnel, share the risk and rewards of the outcome of the projects, and provide the bond and funding for the project. To hear these comments is really an insult to minority companies like ours that have been able to grow capacity thanks to hard work, sacrifices, and discipline, and the support and leadership of entities like Dallas County and Parkland. Saying that minority companies are only good enough to be subcontractors because we don't bring meaningful participation at JV prime level is wrong. Hearing this deeply upsets me, and I hear these same words, I heard these same words exactly 20 years ago in 1998 by an executive of DART. We raised our voices, and thanks to that and the new leadership, DART promotes many minority companies to participate at prime level, including joint ventures. DFW, the City of Dallas, the county, and other entities support this as well. That is growing capacity and helps our communities. Thank you very much for your time.
What's the comment, though?
The comment is that they did not embrace joint ventures with regards to companies on this latest procurement process. That's what-
Including minority companies.
Someone
Right,
actually say that large minority companies do not bring meaningful participation to a process.
Okay, okay, and you heard them say that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
It's written.
and
Get with you later.
well, yeah, it's,
You can't
but
have the dialogue.
well, yeah, Dr. Cerise and Mr. Jackson, Mr. Parnell, Dr. Parnell, Mr. Balfour, Mr. Moses, we've all been in meetings talking about that. That's one of the things I was asking Dr. Cerise a few minutes ago. It went back, the real travesty is the same thing we talked about in Dallas County before. What does, and we talked about this with Parkland.
Commissioner, we're not posting
Yeah,
this.
this isn't posted.
This is a
Well,
speaker.
Okay, you're right.
It's a speaker.
Okay.
So if Parker wants to address, I
Thank
know
you
they
very
sent.
Okay,
So-
okay, got it.
Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
You're right. Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Motion on 52, and with all this dead paper I got.
I'll second it.
Well, I just want to say
Motion to
something.
reconsider?
Yeah, motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
And I will second too, but I just want to say something about what this, not as a response to the speaker or anything. When these kind of comments are made, are written and sent to people, it just gets the appearance of impropriety and the lack of transparency even more, to a process. And the fact that the person in charge of construction, did not.
Can't discuss it.
Well, again, I
Can't
just
discuss it. If you want it on the agenda, put it on the agenda.
and I will put it in
Put it on the agenda.
But I just want to say that
Yeah,
these
yeah.
kind of comments do not help the process on any kind of project. And if I will bring it
It's
back.
not on the
then.
agenda, Commissioner.
Uh,
Put it on the agenda.
But that's a terrible comment. Thank you, Mr. Espinola, for bringing this forward.
I did a motion to reconsider, I got a second.
I second.
And this is on, okay.
On motion, on 52.
On 52.
I got away from it.
So, does anybody need a refresher on what 52 is, or
Well,
any
we-
comments, or are we ready to
Well, we're
vote?
going to reconsider so I can
I
talk.
know, I'm just
Okay.
seeing if anybody has any comment or any questions before we vote.
Okay.
We're just
Hearing
going to
none, all those-
reconsider it.
I'm going to
I need to take a
reconsider
vote.
it.
On the motion to reconsider.
Memo to reconsider.
Right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And 52 is the contract of the MCIP that happens to be in my district on Pleasant Run Road, Phase 2 award. And I had 50 million comments, and it just got away from me. And the reason I want the court to reconsider it, because we've got some, similar to what Dr. Garcia was talking about a few minutes, we have some policy flaws in terms of our ability to be able to communicate. Either we're serious about SBE or we're not. And right now, based on, I know Judge Roden was up to midnight last night. We were going back and forth with the emails, and he's vetted this. And when you look at what the statute says and what the comptroller says, purchasing is at least in the area. The problem is that our policy intersects in such a way that purchasing becomes the only contact, as opposed to SBE, which we have embraced as being part of the process. And purchasing is not in a position to be able to navigate SBE with regards to what the court has embraced going forward as a policy.
Aren't they working together?
They can't. That's what I'm telling you. And what he's doing, he's staying with what is the quote policy adopted. Back to these policies we've adopted, but it conflicts with what we say we want to do with regards to SBE. And so as a result, we get a bid in, and the bid talks about a very flat award. And if you really look at all the bids, and I think everybody has them, but if we don't, I'll get them to you. Everybody wasn't compliant even with the base bid. But right now, Mr. Price, you want to talk about the historical conflicts we have?
historically, when we put out,
Not Proctor, Price. That's all right. We gonna call you.
We get to you, don't worry.
historically, when we put out a solicitation all the way up to evaluation and present to you for award, we put a no restricted contact period. Now, what I have seen in the last 6 months is that with the will of the court, with the SBE policy, some of the forms are not filled out correctly. We receive documentation back that doesn't have proper check marks, so on and so forth. And the reason why is because the vendors can only talk to purchasing, which we are kind of not necessarily in the know with SBE, so we have to filter that information over to SBE, then SBE gets it back to us, and then things get dropped. So that's kind of, I'm believing what Commissioner's talking to with regards to the policy, that there's not an open place for in the solicitation, during the solicitation, that other departments, specifically SBE, can talk to.
And the issue is legally either we accept them or we just reject them and throw them all out. We can waive with some things what we call, material things with regards to the bid. I've got two issues. First of all, it's a project that's in my district. I'm trying to move it. The problem is I'm tagged with a Trails project that is a federal project that's about $2 million in addition to this. We have talked about aspirational goals, and we can only do that under SBE because right now we're in a position to not know what those goals are, and SBE is totally different from WMBE. Yeah, right, MWBE. So the aspirational goal has a goal in it. The problem is it's probably not on this an attainable goal. Anything that's over $5 million is considered to be a good bid in terms of how we can go in and get what we call aspirational goals. We did ask for some participation, I guess, in this, and everybody, really and truly, only one basically kind of met that, that criteria. The low bid, and the law does not say low bid, it said lowest and best. So the low bid did not meet, quote, anywhere close to aspirational goals, did not make all of the appropriate submissions. And so, what I've now asked SBE to do is to look at it. But SBE could not talk to the low bidder or any of the bidders. But SBE did go back and get all of the bids, and based on all of the bids, got a chance to prune them and find out if, in fact, they had, based on just the submission, met all the goals. The low bid did not. Now, whether or not it's material, that's up to the court. The second bidder.
Okay, so when were we supposed to get this information?
Well, see, until I started digging, Commissioner, look, I got you. And again, I just talked about it. And see, Judge Roden got into the loop because I started having meetings because of people in the community say, what the hell's going on in Dallas County? Well, once they started doing that, I started querying my public works and purchasing. So then purchasing said, hey, you can't talk to nobody. Then public works says, well, and so public works and SBE, I got them in the room. Then we started running into these so-called, quote, I started inquiring, running into what I call legal hurdles. Well, then, this is the first time that Judge Roden got pulled into the loop. So he's been currying, trying to, massage all of this to find out. I asked the question with regards to the state comptroller with the state, whether or not it was statutory, and then whether or not policy. So then he started running those traps, as I said, up to midnight last night. So then now SBE is basically, we're all just now being able to get in the room within the last 24 hours. Now, I did have Public Works, and I did meet with Mr. Price, because I can't meet with everybody together. Hell, you got to meet in all these silos. And then you got to make the notes, and then you got to pass them over. But at the end of the day, Judge Roden has basically said our policy conflicts in such a way that makes purchasing the only point of contact. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, Judge.
Just to clarify, as you know, we switched over to SBE. It's a relatively new policy. As part of the procurement and purchasing policy, we had a no contact period, which is not only appropriate, I believe it's certainly required, because in order to ensure that it's a fair and equitable process to everyone, you have one point of contact for the purchasing issues, any questions that come up, any question and answer period, so that the one point of contact can ensure that all the information that is exchanged gets exchanged to everyone. The issue that then apparently has arisen that we just got pulled in on this particular issue was the issue of, during the solicitation process, in order to assist small businesses in putting together their required SBE plan and having information and assistance in that process, you normally would want your director of SBE to be able to have that ability to communicate with them, not on the negotiation, not on the specifications and things of that nature, which are part of the no contact, but so that the SBE director can address issues about questions on what the proper forms are, how to fill out the forms, what are the how the SBE program works. Very similarly, for instance, with respect to state agencies, which were not under the exact same thing, but they operate under an analogous situation. If you have a hub situation, you would have, for the negotiations or the solicitation period, you would have only the one contact with the purchasing department, except for assistance in putting together a hub plan or things of that nature. The hub director would be available to all the potential bidders to help them just with the process of completing the hub applications, answering any questions about the hub requirements and things of that nature. And that is the way that they would normally be set up. This would be the exact same thing, just for your SBE director to do that. And so our policy didn't specifically say, because the SBE is a relatively new program, didn't say that the SBE director could be available equally to all potential bidders to provide assistance solely for the purposes of preparing an SBE plan or submitting or preparing their SBE paperwork. And so all it would require would be a policy change in making sure that that designation is noted in the bid request proposals.
And before we do that, so I do see some value in Mr. Price's department being the point of contact, because if we have a separate department that's talking and he's not hearing, then we might have, some confusion or misalignment. So would this work for Ms. Webb's department to communicate this information through Mr. Price's department, include him on the emails, and then when they have these in-person meetings, just have a person from his department there as well, so that we all know, purchasing knows what's going on with purchasing.
Time out. Ms. Webb, I need you to speak.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I need you to speak. My problem is...
While she's coming up, let me point this out based on what Judge Roden said.
Okay.
This says in the briefing, due to the county's code of silence policy, the Office of SBE is unable to contact the Tissio Paving Company to identify ways to increase the SBE participation amount. Before this court makes the determination, I don't want the SBE going in and saying, okay, you need to increase this to 25%, or we're not going. This court's not going to approve it.
Well, no, aspirational goals. Well, first of all, we could throw them all out, because really.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
But can't because the intent of what we were looking at was to create a more level playing field. So is there a way that SBE could talk with purchasing rather than
Well, that's what we're doing now.
looking at the forms rather than, getting in the middle of the vendor?
That's an operational issue for you to decide at that point.
You want to be in that position.
It's not necessarily an issue after the bids have been submitted.
Can you move the mic, Ms.? Thank you.
It's not an issue of whether or not the bids have been submitted and then talking to the individual. In this case, I did not get the good faith effort until I was asked to submit language for the court item. What Judge Roden is asking is that during the process of when they're putting their bids together, they can be able to contact our office and we can walk them through the good faith effort plans. We're not telling them or giving them any other information aside from explaining what's needed. If they're asking for a list of subcontractors for certain codes, under NACA codes that they have, or, we can supply that. But we're saying that everybody can contact us.
Okay, did you do the briefing?
I did the
When you talk
briefing
about
on-
identifying ways to a specific vendor that has turned in a bid, specifically to identify ways to increase the SBE participation amount.
And this would have been
Another
during...
vendor may have had 25%, they only have 5%, now you're trying to get them up to where the 20, and then they get the bid?
This would have been during the process.
Not after the bid.
Not after they submitted it, but during the process in which they were putting together their bids. We could have been able to provide them assistance to be able to, they would have to do the work, but they would then have
still
information.
Well, no. But let me just tell you, Commissioner, if we want to go down that road, then we can throw out this lowest bid because I only got one bid that was compliant.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and they
all I
were
want
much
to do
higher
is
than the
comply
lowest
with
bid.
whatever bid specifications we put out there. I want them to meet those.
Okay.
And then whoever's the lowest and best bid, then that's who I want to get the contract.
Well, it's the best bid, not the
lowest and best.
Well, okay, but compliant.
Lowest and best.
Lowest and best and compliant.
Compliant.
Because like I said, the lowest bid is not the compliant bid.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That wouldn't be public works.
Would you have a
concern
problem?
if you pull it? So I do.
I'm aware of it. That's what I'm sure with
Okay, Ms.
everybody
Blair,
else.
you could do a pre-bid, to avoid this.
Right. One thing here is we used to have the ability during the pre-bid process to communicate, to provide information to the vendor. Since the new policy, we haven't had that opportunity. We've been really restricted to talk to them about any possibilities or anything beyond that. We are trying to do a better job in communicating with SBE. Again, we basically were told here, put the information into the specifications, and that's it. So now we're looking at opportunities for increasing the communications to the vendors, because that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that there's not a lot of communications between the two departments. And again, what's going to happen here is, purchasing is basically getting the documentation, and we're restricted from, they're the point of contact for the entire process. So we need a better system in how we can get this properly communicated to all of our vendors. This is our first time in looking at SBE. First time. This is the first time we're utilizing SBE.
Well, yeah, but I'm telling Judge Roden has basically told you, first of all,
But I agree with what Judge Roden said.
No,
I'm okay with that.
Well, but
it's when you start getting subjectivity into it. In other words, it's
all
just talking about forms and how to fill them out. That's different.
Well,
doing the SBE
well,
plan.
but
when you start trying to advise them on how to increase.
But the reason you got an aspirational goal, you don't just tell them that it's out there. The aspirational goal is set by, we've got it's in the bid.
Okay, but if they didn't bid it, then they didn't want to do it.
Well, no.
But looking at
If they
this
didn't meet
too-
the aspirational goals, they didn't want to bid it.
You want that?
Well, but looking at this, it's interesting that there are specific minority companies that show up in a variety of the bids.
It's not enough just for them to show up.
Okay, I know. But the point of it is that at one, they're only allowing $380,000, and on another, what is that same company is at $370,000. I mean, so there are fluctuations that could happen just in the way they put their package together, so that they may benefit from being able to have the advice.
But that's not that's the issue. First of all,
That would didn't increase their percentage.
yeah, we're not even at the aspiration goal is one thing, but there are some other things that follow that. Affidavits, certifications. Do you realize the lowest bidder didn't have any of that?
And why were they recommended?
Well, because they were the lowest bidder.
No, it
well,
says specifically in here, lowest and best bid.
I got
It doesn't say
I got
lowest
it.
bid.
I got it. You're asking me.
It's been
Well, I'll let Mr. Price.
Okay.
Why do you
Okay,
recommend?
Mr. Price.
So,
It's your problem.
Purchasing recommended the lowest bid based on price. When we looked at the 6 bids that came in, 5 of the 6 bids did not submit the proper documentation. Purchasing, in that case, wants to give that to the Commissioner Court to make a decision based on removing any irregularities, so on and so forth. We recommended the lowest best, but what we did, the lowest bidder, we recommend the lowest bidder, but we also put into the documentation the additional information that we received that we didn't ask for. We also put in the small business language, so the Commissioner Court can be tooled with enough information to make a decision based on removing irregularities, removing, if somebody didn't check a box. Purchasing did not want to be put in that position. We wanted to give it to the court.
What he basically saying is that once we got this recommendation, I asked for all of it, and then sent it to her. I didn't try to get it. I sent it to her, and once she began to vet it, then you come up with based on policy and everything. You come up with a whole different outcome in terms of who is lowest and or best bid. Affidavits submitted. Go and Commissioner.
That should have been. It shouldn't be SBE's determination. Right. That needs to be purchasing's determination.
But the
Can
problem
be
is
assisted by SBE?
Yeah, but the problem is purchasing doesn't have. He doesn't have the. Well, she gonna get you to go, and I done mark this one up. He's gonna get you. She's gonna get everybody to go.
Okay, so what do we do?
What's the delta between the one that was the lowest and the one that she likes?
Well, not she likes the one that is compliant.
The one that she thinks is
the one that's compliant.
I don't know which one she's recommending.
Well, it's a difference
she's
not recommending anything, but the
which
only
one are you saying is compliant?
The only one who had everything, every I dotted, and I don't even know who these people are. Texas Sterling Construction Company, whoever the hell they are.
Commissioner, they're the third highest.
It's the difference between $700,000.
$700,000.
Yes.
Here's everybody. Here's everybody.
Thank you. So,
you do it here.
$700,000. Getting back, I realize there's a lot on the table here, but getting back to the question of SBE communicating with people in the purchasing process, Ms. Webb, do you have a problem with that communication either being in writing and copied to the purchasing, or if you need to communicate with them orally for a person with purchasing to be on that account, on that phone call, or in that meeting, so that we have all the information going through purchasing about a purchasing matter?
I don't have an issue, but
So that would solve that first part.
when I get the documentation, I'll mark it up of what's missing. I then hand it over to purchasing, and then purchasing contacts the vendor. It gets lost in translation.
And that's how we would fix that, to pull you into the mix. But I think my concern on that would just be, it would not probably be a best practice for purchasing to have some of the conversations and you to have some other conversations.
Nothing to do affecting the price bids.
Well,
We're
this deal's
simply
not done
providing
yet,
them
right?
information. I'm
Until
sorry?
a deal is
It's not
done.
It's not done
Right.
until the court votes on it.
Right.
So if you go in and you give advice to somebody and they do certain things, that could affect the outcome of this court.
But that advice to be given to all of the members. Anyone that's doing, what we would do is put it on our
It's still
website.
subjective as to what your advice is to each particular individual member. I think it's going down the same slope we were down before, so you might as well not even have done the policy.
Unless she does it with him, always with him.
Judge Roden,
Well, to give by way of and it is an analogy, but to give by way of an analogy, with respect to state agency contracting that, for instance, has hub aspirational requirements, the manual put out by the comptroller explains it as this: if an agency offers assistance with hub subcontracting plans, such assistance should be made available from a designated person, preferably the agency's hub coordinator, who will not be an evaluation committee member, and it should be offered and provided to all vendors equally. Agency policy may allow assistance with hub plans during the entire posting period. To ensure a level playing field, any contact between vendors and end users or evaluators should be avoided during the solicitation posting period, and if a vendor fails to obey by the guidelines regarding vendor communication posted in the agency solicitation, the vendor's proposal may be subject to disqualification. That is the way they frame the way their hub
so
system
basically
works.
what you're saying is they're saying the hub director.
For those limited purposes that I just read. It also states clearly in there that as to any other communications regarding during the solicitation period, it should be limited solely to the purchasing professional. But that is merely the way they do it, and that doesn't, the court can choose how they want to do it.
Judge, it also says that those communications must be equally available to all vendors. And the only way to do that, if I'm going to have a communication, a phone communication, is to limit my communications to either the entire group or to written communications copied to the entire group. To the extent, though, that we have to have a phone communication, I don't see anything in what you just read that would limit the SBE department having a purchasing agent in the communication with them so that the purchasing department knows what is going on with a purchasing matter.
There's nothing that I've indicated that says that there's any law that would prohibit that. That's just merely an operational decision as to how the court wants to.
No, it's a policy.
Well, excuse me, a policy decision.
So it's changing our
A policy
policy.
decision that affects your operations on how you
So it's changing our policy to match more closely the intent of what was discussed when it was written.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a policy to say we got a policy blockade.
What do we do now?
Well, can we
Well,
change
I
the
will
policy?
point out that while this is relevant to the discussion of the bid, you're not in a position to take any action regarding a policy change.
I got that.
I just want to make it clear.
But also as a result of either pulling this item for 2 weeks or rejecting.
2 weeks.
Huh? Well, for a month. Yeah.
And Mr. Price, could
I
you
know.
get with
I'm
Ms.
not
Webb and
impressed.
come back
I'm
with a
not impressed. I
recommended
just
policy
throw 'em out.
change that would address
I just
that?
didn't throw 'em out.
The purchasing department began about a month ago discussing with the district attorney about looking at that. So we're ahead of the game with that. I do want to point out one particular thing with regards to irregularities, and I said it before, I want to say it again, is that the purchasing department, we want to waive irregularities or to consider information. If a form is not filled out, the purchasing department, we want to stay away from going out and trying to ascertain that information. We want to have the court allow us to consider information that was not submitted with the bid. Once the bid closes, I have to consider what's in front of me. I cannot continue to go back and forth with the contract.
So you want a better process. You want a better process up to that point. That would include the ability of the SBE communicating through you or through purchasing with vendors and offering their services.
More specifically, during the solicitation process, to have, as Mr. Rhodes and as I began about 3 weeks ago discussing, for SB to assist or with purchasing, but to assist with filling out certain forms, just so that when we get to the part where now I'm evaluating, I'm not having to look at different information, because again, if there are irregularities, we're going to present that to the court and say, court, you tell us.
Well, and when you come up with this policy, I think that everybody in the court supports SBE. and everybody in the court wants to see the taxpayers not pay an additional $700,000 for the same thing. So if we can find a low bid that follows the SBE, that's ideal. And if there's a way for you all to work together to make that happen, that's what we all want. Right?
Well, but right now, that's not, no.
It's not happening, so we got to change it.
Well, Judge Rhoden?
I've been consulting with Mr. Cho, and one option we have done in the past would be to allow a waiver as to the SBE and those that have submitted bids to resubmit. But that is, once again, within the, resubmit as to the SBE portion
on this
provide.
particular contract.
Right. To provide a waiver for that provision because of the issues that have happened and allow those bidders to amend or modify at this point. But give that opportunity to everyone.
The fact that we, okay.
Let me ask this question, because it may answer that. This says certification and small business affidavits were not submitted for the three firms listed. However, the certification and thresholds were validated by documentation submitted by the other bidders. Okay? So, in other words, they were all validated.
No.
But I'm just reading what this says.
Well, no.
I'm reading what you gave me.
Ruby, I gave it to you, but when you look at it,
so that's not true.
But there's something behind it as well. Ruby?
They were validated, but their submittal packet did not contain any of the information. So when I first looked at them and I only validated for the top bidder.
That's right.
It wasn't until I went through the process that the fifth lowest bidder actually had the same vendors, and they submitted all the correct information. Now, the first bidder submitted a letter with theirs stating that they would come to us 10 days after award with the proper documentation because they didn't have enough time to receive it.
Stay right there. Let me ask him one question real fast. So on this SB waiver that we might do, hang on, Ruby, I got a question for you. On the SB waiver, they can't come back in and change their price. The only thing they can do is come back in, right? Right? Okay,
That's
so
correct.
if we did that, is that satisfactory? Do you think that solves the problem in your mind? We're just going to go give a waiver so everybody comes back in and gives us their SBE stuff.
Judge, I'm not here to recommend which vendor should be awarded. My job is to tell you what their participation levels are and whether or not they submitted the information correctly so that we can correct the data.
Yeah. Don't read anything into the question that I'm trying to say you're steering us towards a vendor. All I'm saying, he has a potential solution for us to consider, and that is to let everyone go back out and resubmit their SBE. I'm going to ask Charles the same question because you guys are the experts. Do you see a problem with doing that? It seems like, okay. And Charles, do you see a problem with doing that?
I do not see a problem as long as it does not change the price.
And that's what, and it's not. I asked him that.
No, it's not going to change the price.
But Judge, are you asking that they present the documentation that was missing, or are you asking that they go back and reconsider
I think we're saying they get to go back, right, Joe?
It gives them time to fully comply with the requirements that are set forth in the specifications.
So they're not going to be bringing any new subcontractors. We're going based on what's in their good faith efforts right now.
So if they submit the documents, then it's a legal bid.
Wait a minute. Because I got a real problem. Because all you're talking about that if them submitting the document, I got somebody who submitted all the documents.
But if they submit the documents, we saved $766,275.
Well, yeah, that's fine, because you didn't giving them a chance to do something that somebody did on the first time.
I know, but we're going to give them all an opportunity to do it.
But I got somebody did.
I understand.
No,
that's what's being recommended.
No. I got somebody who did just what we asked them to do. And again, I don't even know this company. I don't know. Have we ever done work with this company? Okay. Are they? Well, I ain't gonna ask them that question. But I don't know anything about the company. My point is, I got somebody who has done everything that we asked them to do.
But there's $700,000.
Hey, we just got through saying they can't mess with the price, We got somebody, now, you know, I'm a
That's why we do waivers, though.
But the problem, well, hell, I can play that game.
I know, but doesn't the court have the ability to make a decision when purchasing brings that to us and says, look, here's what we have.
But I got somebody who is saying, and I'll just go here. I'll go here. I got a low bidder. It's got 5%. I got somebody who did everything, and they got 15. So now I'm gonna get a joker who did the low a chance to go put his stuff together. Really? Hell, I mean, when is the process? The process. I mean, I ain't got a problem. Like I said, I just throw them all out and we start all over again.
But can we do anything with this particular bid?
But
That's what I thought, okay, and so in the future, we can have the SBA working with
It just shows how disconnected purchasing
and
is
address
from
the
everything.
issue.
The total bid number cannot change.
I mean, so this bid is done.
Well, exactly.
No, I understand.
No, I got you. And I got somebody who is done and totally compliant.
Okay, so the question is, are you under any time pressure other than, I understand, the value of the money?
Yes.
What type of time pressure are you in? You got a federal grant?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
federal
We
money?
have, yeah, we have,
Not even this. You got a federal grant on the trail.
right, we have the federal grant on the trail.
Yeah, the trail ain't, see, and that's the other thing. Trail ain't a part of this.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
That's why I'm wondering.
The
if
key
this is
thing,
time-sensitive.
the key thing to this project is that we have to be in construction in order to do the first invoice by February for the trail project.
On the trail.
Now,
Okay,
the
they
key,
can't start the trail?
we can't start on the trail without starting on this project. We have to start construction on this project and then be ready enough in order to meet the time frame for the trail. So we're back to back. We're right on the target. For the trail project, we have the ability to lose funding if we don't open bids on the trail by the end of August. So all of this is back to back on making this project go forward.
And I'm aware, and I'm aware of all of that. But my point is again,
Well, what's your point?
my point is I got somebody, if you want to talk about it, I got somebody who is compliant with everything we asked for in the bid. Without, as we used to say, without any waiver, without any exception, I got somebody who's compliant.
So it made the lowest and best, is that what you're saying?
That's basically what it
And
is.
this is just the lowest.
And this is just the lowest. And didn't meet all the criteria under what we asked for.
Commissioner, I'd have
Again,
hard-
It's the lowest and best bid by a responsible party. I just wanted to clarify that.
How is that when they didn't submit every?
No, I'm saying, that's just the standard, that's the criteria. I just
Right,
wanted to make
okay,
sure.
right, exactly.
So that's what's shown here, that this
Number 3.
bid over here is the lowest and best bid.
This will go number 3. We got some people. Want to talk.
Okay, well, let's hear from the people who want to talk. Let's do that.
Speaker, you also got a letter from the city of Lancaster who was involved in this project.
And I'll read the letter from Lancaster into that. And so that the speakers will know what may be contemplated. Here, let me read this out loud. This is from the city of Lancaster. It's to the honorable members of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. The city of Lancaster would like to register support for item 52, long bid number, contract for major capital improvement program number 31402, Pleasant Run Road roadway Phase 2 award. As you're aware, the city of Lancaster and Dallas County have collaborated on a number of projects within southern Dallas County. In particular, Pleasant Run Road and Hackenback Trail have been underway for an extensive time. This is the catalyst project for several regional roadway systems within the Inland Port shared by the cities of Dallas, Hutchins, Wilmer, and Lancaster in partnership with Dallas County. The project is the critical first step in keeping all the roadway systems and projects moving forward, as well as maintaining our funding for the North Texas Council of Governments, or from the North Texas Council of Governments. The city of Lancaster would like to respectfully request support and approval of the above listed item.
I'm supporting it too, but I'm just not supporting it now and not supporting it on the recommendation.
And
Okay.
before the speakers, I'll make a motion, and DA, help me if I get this right so they'll know what's before us. I move that we approve waiver of the original deadline for submission of SBA supporting documentation and set a new deadline for submission of same that is short and long enough for people to do it, but short enough for this court to make a determination on this at our next court meeting.
You said SBA, you meant SBE, but my point but my point still is,
It didn't sound like we had the time to be able to do that without jeopardizing funds.
Do we have the time to do that?
The key is getting this under construction, so again,
But so the
Do
court
we have
needs
the
to,
time?
we really don't have enough time. I mean,
you
if
want-
we can come back in the next couple of weeks, that'd be the best thing to do.
But
I'd like to
well,
hear
that's what we're talking
I'd like to
about.
hear from the speakers before we make any motions or do anything.
Okay.
because, but again, I'm going to still tell the court, 3 is totally compliant with everything that purchasing requested. It is the Lord and our best bid, everything.
Can we move it right here, right now?
Mr. Price, is that correct? Is number 3 the only one that was fully compliant?
The paperwork that we received, and it was approved, reviewed by SBE, yes. The purpose for the briefing, though, again, is to make sure that the court is well aware.
That wasn't the question. The question was
It was.
the one that was
Okay.
compliant?
It was.
Okay, so let me, and this is money that's coming out of Road and Bridge 3.
It's 3, it's card money, we've got, but it's coming.
It's coming out of
It's fine.
blank cash.
I'm gonna move it so we can, I'm gonna move it so, I'm gonna move it. and
Can
then
we hear
can
the
discuss
speakers
it.
first?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so we have public speakers on this item. Now, if you're a public speaker on another item, we are going to get to you, but we're going to hear the public speakers on this item. We've already read the rules of decorum, so let me find our public speakers on this item. I know John's one of them, but
Proctor Regional Black Contractors Association.
you're the only one, John. Please come up. The first, the last, and the only.
John Proctor, 2627 Martin Luther King Boulevard, Dallas, Texas. Now I know why black contractors numbers are so low at the county, Dallas. We don't go by them rules that we hear you talking about. If you don't have your documents in there or whatever, you just. But when you talk about these rules here, because all the people on that bid at President Ron, number one, I'm contacted black contractors, and that was Weber. They're arrogant. They don't have no respect for black contractors. I was reading last night before I came down to speak. 50 years ago, Richard Milhouse Nixon created MBE, and it's so far from his intent for what's supposed to happen with MBE. First of all, it's been supposed to go no further than about 50 years, but it's supposed to be an intent to build black contractors where they can have capital and capacity. That ain't even. Now you're talking about SBE. SBE went from MBE, which is required MBE, now within a year or so. You ain't got to ask about ethnicity. I don't even know what your ethnicity is here for the program, but I know one thing: we pay taxes. I'm really aware we pay taxes. I don't hear nobody say y'all ain't got to pay taxes. So it's just disturbing for me to just hear this. Just disturbing. Now I understand, just like this road here, ain't no black folks in on that road. That's another neighborhood. Ain't nobody contact the black contractors. So do y'all have some people that trucking, excavation, erosion control, environment control? You ain't do that. And you say, see, because what I look at it now, I look at that ain't even your intent. Your goal ain't even that. Your goal ain't even about minority contractors. Your thing is time, money. I don't even know if it's quality, just time and money. When can I get started before I can get the federal money? It ain't even about your citizen and your people in your community. This is sick. This is a sad understanding. Just listening to this process. Don't care whether they didn't fill out the paper. If a black contractor don't fill out a document, he's eliminated. Ain't no second thoughts about it. He wouldn't even get here. So what are these rules? Who making these rules? This is disturbing. It's disrespectful. It ain't right. It ain't even racism. It's just evil. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's just sad. And we sitting there trying to build capacity, capitalize our businesses, and we ain't even in the process. What you need to do is get up out your comfortable chairs sometime next week and walk through your departments while it's still legal and ask your department head, how many African Americans work for your department? How many contractors work for you? Legitimate contractors. And I guarantee you, only 1%.
Mr. Proctor, you're out of time.
You will see that I will get a lot of credit to the records builder. You'll see black contractors.
Thank you. All right. So that's our only public speaker. Is there?
I put a motion out that only compliant bidder, according to the valuation sheet, is Texas Sterling Construction Company, and so I move it.
All right. I'll put up an amended motion, and that amendment is that we approve a waiver of the original deadline for submission of SBE supporting documentation, make that deadline such that we can vote this contract out at our next court meeting and set a new deadline for submission of same.
She just told you didn't have enough damn time. What are you listening to?
Mr. Price, do we have enough time to do that?
He doesn't know what the project timeline.
Well,
Alberta
if
is
we
selling.
vote on this, Alberta, on August the 6th, that's what you sent an email yesterday saying we need to get this voted out by August the 20th. And so August the 6th is before August the 20th.
What I'm saying, Judge, is that we need to go ahead and get this project started in order to make the February deadline date.
So,
and the only other issue I would have is that we have an item on here for funding for this project. So that also has to be adjusted if we end up having to deal with this issue as well.
so are you saying the court cannot wait until August the 6th to vote on this matter?
The key thing here is that we need to move forth and get this.
I understand that, but you sent an email, I believe it was yesterday, saying we needed to vote on this by August the 20th. Are you saying today that we don't have until August the 6th to vote on this?
I didn't say August the 20th. I said that this item needs to be structured and approved as today. And then if we need enough time to go ahead and get this into construction by August. We need to be in construction by August.
By August 1st.
By August. Sometime in August, we need to be in construction. And we need to go ahead and...
I'm just trying to get the answer. If we vote on a contract where theoretically we might save the taxpayers $750,000 on August the 6th, is it too late to get into construction? I think you're telling me no.
I'm telling you that we need to get this into construction as soon as we can in order to
You needed to
meet
pass
the
it today,
deadline.
Ms. Black.
We got somebody who's
Are
compliant.
you saying you need to pass it today? Okay.
You heard, I think Mr. Clark basically said, hell, we got rules, we put the rules out there. We got one person who's compliant. Hell, the rules are the rules. Start waving because they didn't have pink socks, hell.
Okay. The amended motion's up there. Is there a second on the amended motion? All right, the amended motion, the amendment dies for lack of a second. We've got...
You've seconded it.
I second.
You got to push it.
The amended motion?
No.
You seconded
I
it.
second
Yeah,
Commissioner
Mr.
Richardson.
Richardson.
Original motion.
All right, so we have the original motion before us, which is to award the contract to Texas, somebody?
Yeah, whoever.
Texas Sterling Construction.
Texas
Company.
Sterling Construction. Any discussion, any further discussion?
Well, I'll just put on the record, the reason why I'm doing this is because of the time And based on the fact that it's in Commissioner Price's district, it's going to be money coming from your deal. So, and most importantly is that the only bidder that was compliant. So they need to know how to get their ducks in a row if they're going to.
And that's what policy needs.
And I'm just going to say.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with addressing that through that policy change. We need to figure out something else.
Correct.
And maybe purchasing can come back with that.
Yeah.
Yes, and I just want to, like Commissioner Cantrell, I'm going to support this motion because time is an issue, and I know how important these projects are because we can lose the funding if they don't pass in the timeline that we have. So I totally understand where Commissioner Price is, and totally agree with Mr. Proctor. We need to do a better job understanding our rules. Purchasing, this is the third time I'm going to say, you need to work better with all your departments, or we're not going to go far. Thank you so much, and I will second the motion.
I'll be supporting this also because we do have to do a better job at matching up with the intent, and if it requires a matching up of the policy at a time. But the point of it is that this is the only company that did comply totally with the expectations of the intent of the purchasing rules.
And as I've said in the motion, if it were up to me, we would find a way to save the taxpayers the $766,000 and still get 15% compliant from the person who was listed as lowest and best. However, given the time frame, given the will of the court, I also will support the motion. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, that takes us to court order number 10. Court order number 10 is, it's Tony's court.
10 is a request
yes.
to modify court order 2017-1044.
Yes. So is somebody going to make
Commissioner Pippin.
Yeah. So here's one. I don't have a problem with the idea, Tony. Dr. Garcia and I had one concern, and with one friendly amendment, I think it would be a unanimous thing. I'm always trying to think of things from the standpoint of the minority interest when it comes to fair elections, and in this case, the minority interests are going to be Republicans and challengers. And given that we oversee the budget for your department, and that people, not that we would do anything other than our employees do their dead level best to be good election judges, but it gives me pause that members of this court, of these 5 people's staff, would be election judges, because I don't know, given that we endorse judges when they're running and whatnot, even if we're not on the ballot, I'm not sure that the people in the minority, either be it Republicans or, say, challengers recently to the judges, would feel that, that I don't feel that they would feel that is the best solution. So because of that, I'd like to restrict it to not be the 5 of us, but anybody else, any other non-exempt employees. And, so I'll make the motion with.
I'm missing something. What are you
so non-exempt employees. So for instance, not Lauren. So in 2 years when I'm not on the ballot, not my non-exempt employees, but because I oversee the budget for and so do you, and so do all of us, oversee the budget for the elections department. But Felicia Petrie's non-exempt employees, somebody else's non-exempt employees, that's fine, because we do need these people to handle elections. And I'm trying to look at this from the standpoint of, if I were a challenger up against all the, already elected people, I wouldn't be, feeling too great if I was challenging somebody that Clay Jenkins endorsed, and Clay Jenkins his staff is the election judge. Okay. I just want on the record that it can't be us, because I think that would solve the Republican and challenger concern. I'm here, I'm out there hearing from these challengers that, sometimes feel like they didn't get a fair shake against incumbents, whatever. I want to keep that. I want to do everything I can to make sure We get a fair shake.
Well, I'm missing some. Hell, I know I had one vote difference in Duncanville. I think y'all had a couple 30. Hell, I mean, when folks getting beat by 10 and 15,000 votes, I'm trying to figure out what the hell they talking about. Somebody help me. Cause if you're shooting at
Well,
my
let me just
person,
tell you,
who is
some of the
elected-
appointed
No,
judges, some of the appointed-
who's elected, who's an
appointed
elected-
judges-
That's right. Who's elected by? Yeah, she's
Oh,
elected. Okay.
She's a precinct chair, isn't she?
Well, I got it. I can't figure
Well,
out some of this stuff.
I'm not
just
shooting
trying-
it. Please
I'm just
don't
trying-
read anything into it.
Okay,
All right?
I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about. It ain't no one vote, 38 votes. I mean, I know some people have 38 votes and one vote. But my point is the vote getting beat by 10, 15, 20,000 votes. I'm just trying to figure out what am I missing? What am I missing? I'm missing something.
So it's, if one of our employees of the five of us is a precinct chair, then that's a different deal.
Okay.
But I just think in an abundance of transparency and dealing with people that we may think they're conspiracy theories, they may think that they're legitimate. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying that there may be Republicans out there who don't want the 401 Democratic court that oversees the elections department budget to have their staff as election judges, and there may be challengers like the challengers that just challenged Martin Hoffman, where some of us are friends with Martin Hoffman and endorsed Martin Hoffman. So just in an abundance of caution, I'd like to remove our staff and everybody else, help Tony.
Why is there a need for this?
Well, I'd like to.
Because these are voters, right?
Right. There's a need because, and this is not a new process. You have a lot of states and counties and cities are going to this process because recruiting election workers, it's always been a problem. And once you do appoint people, there are items that come up at the last minute. They can't hold their polling locations. Prime example, we had to do this in 2016 in November. We did a broadcast out asking for anyone in the county to assist us with election workers. So we've done this in the past. We've also, this primary election, we had to close and move 40 locations, almost 72 hours before Election Day. There was no way that we can find people who are already trained and ready to take those places. So it's very hard to do within 72 hours when people drop out. And we find this out when people don't pick up their supplies, which is like 72 hours before Election Day. And we're scrambling around and we've already utilized all of our emergency people up to that point. So we're trying to now gather a pool of trained people. They're here, we know they're in the county, and they're trained and ready to go on a volunteer basis. We're going to go through our whole process as we normally do with the parties. And because it was the parties that were having problems in staffing. So we're just we know that there is a pool of people right here, and they've done it before, but they have an issue with having to take a vacation day. So what we're trying to say, you're already getting paid for the county. Don't take a vacation day, just work the polls. And they are not out of any vacation. So,
and we've had to prevail upon Mr. Martin to tell, because, we've had department heads who say, oh, no, we can't.
That's a 12-hour day. How are you handling
Well, they're
that?
volunteering.
I understand.
These are exempt employees.
Yeah, they're paid, they get paid their regular salary, and, work with department heads to get time off, something like that. But,
Right.
But, Tony's being very kind, but every 2 or 3 days before Election Day, Tony is scrambling like crazy.
No, I
I'm on the
understand
phone
that.
with her like all
Yeah,
night
but
long trying to make sure
I was
we get
wondering how these
pieces
people are
stuff.
different from any other voter who would be eligible to work the polls.
They'll meet all the
Well,
requirements
some of them
required by law.
may not live in Dallas County.
Right,
They
right.
can't.
Right, no.
Right, if
but
they don't live in
what they're
Dallas
saying
County,
here is you have to
they
follow
still
those
have to meet the criteria. They're still, and we're going to go through that process.
I'm I'm okay like it is.
Yeah, and we're just out of ideas, and this is a problem not just for Dallas County. This is a national-wide process, and some counties and states have already
Done.
implemented this
I just don't see how
program
this is
itself.
different from status quo.
Well, the difference is in the pay. No vacation day, you still get your normal pay, you don't have to take vacation.
And she has a pool of trained
Yeah.
folks ready to go, as opposed to right now, but you're scrambling around trying to find folks. So right
And
now,
train them.
we have exempt employees who are trained and ready to go should she need them.
Correct. And it
Right.
will
Every
not
election.
include
Joby
any
wanted
of the elected officials at the state.
in-
So
Right.
with
You
that,
still have to follow
I
the rules.
move to approve.
That's why I don't see this as
Approval.
being
I
any
mean,
different.
I think that the judge explained it well. You know, it's a matter of trying not to, inject more politics into already a very political process that has a lot of complaints. So I think what we just say, Mr. Martin, not including our 5, offices employees, I move
Hire
for
and fire is
approval.
for us, so if we hire and fire them,
Correct. Move approval.
except for Daphne, or except for a precinct chair.
Correct. Exactly.
Elected by the people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, anyway. So, you okay with that?
I'm okay.
Got it, second.
Right. No, she already seconded.
Oh, no, she moved.
I move it.
Oh, did you? Okay, well, okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I believe that's it on the quarters, but we do.
68.
68 is before
I
us.
stand correct. What was 68?
Amen.
Oh,
That is North Texas behavior.
North Texas behavioral people. And you want to come forward, Ms. Randolph? This is probably as much about,
Commissioner?
well, you are Ms.
Charlene.
Both of you. I don't care. Yeah, you.
Charlene, call
you,
Mr.
Cause I'm concerned.
I'm here too.
Yeah, okay. So I want to know, when did the name of the local behavioral health change? When did that change?
January this year.
When January 1, 2016?
17.
Or 17?
17.
So it's been about a year.
Okay. And what is the name of the LBAJ?
Yes, North Texas Behavioral Health Authority.
Okay. And who are the counties that make that up?
Dallas, Navarro, Rockwall, Kaufman, Hunt, and Ellis.
What are the appropriations from the state for NIDBA? And how much of it's mental health and how much of it is substance abuse?
I don't have that information with me. I'd have to provide that information to you at a later date.
I'm going to tell you where I'm going with this.
Okay.
My problem with this whole thing with NIDBA is that we've got these other small counties who are with us, but we're over 50, most of that is Dallas County. Huh? Well, but they cast a vote just like we do. And the problem is that, so in the member counties, what's the local match? Y'all on the board, what's the local match?
The state required, I believe it was a 10% match, and it was then spread out based on population, with Dallas County obviously providing the largest share of over $3.3 million.
They provide.
Votes on the board are also spread out based on a population. Though when Collin County left, it didn't get redistributed.
Well, I understand it, but you're going to tell me that you mean members on the board versus number of members. Okay, that's different. So what is the state's expectation of the dollar amount for the local match? It's $3 million for Dallas County?
It's over 3.3 million for Dallas County.
Okay. And what is the total budget?
I don't have the specific number in front of me, but I believe it went down to about $65 million after they carved out the Medicare piece, which under value options was included, and made it about $90 million. I believe the split is about 15% substance abuse, and the rest is mental health. Though I'll have to get the specific numbers to the Commissioner's Court.
Commissioner, it's approximately, for mental health funding, it's approximately 54 million, and then for SUD funding, it's about 10.8. So,
local match.
10.8 for substance
Yes, sir.
and
54
for mental health.
The local match for mental health is about 4.7. The local match for SUD is about $400,000.
So it is the 85-15 split, roughly?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Gordon, the match that you gave was the 6-county portion of that, or match, correct?
Correct. That's the total, yes. That's the total match for the 6 entities that make up NIPA. And from that, as Mr. Brown said, Downs County is approximately 3.3 million of the total amount. We provide that locally.
So who determines the duties and the responsibility of NIPA?
Commissioner, those are determined by a series of things. One is we have some bylaws. 2 is determined by the state, Department of State Health Services via what's called a performance contract with LBHAs, LMHAs. One of those documents also is called the TRR, the Texas Resilient Recovery Manual, and the UM Manual. Collectively, all these things informs the responsibility and authority of an LMHA as well as we NIPA and LBHA. The difference is that LMHA is only mental health concerns. The LB, which is what NIPA is, we're both mental and substance abuse. Those are our responsibilities.
So the services that NIPA provides to the community, it's what? It's substance abuse, mental health.
With the Medicaid dollars. I'm sorry, the indigent dollars. The indigent dollars, the Medicaid dollars are separate, have been separated out.
Because Green Oaks is no longer, so what services did Green Oaks provide to the system?
Commissioner, when they were part of one of the performers in the system, they were our EOU, our Extended Observation Unit.
Yeah, right.
We had a contract with them and did an inpatient bed. As you heard Dr. Cerise mention from Parkland during their budget presentation, when he talked about an EOU, that EOU that he's talking about is to benefit the system in that right now, NIPA does not have an EOU. And so when folks get arrested, there's no longer a designated extended observation unit so that they're taken anywhere where by law there is a, they have emergency room hospitals. But by and large, they end up going to Parkland. And NIPA's been trying to work with Parkland to more formalize an EOU because the system needs one since Green Oaks closed its doors.
Well, so who provides?
Charlene will be able to speak specifically on the contract that's on there.
Oh, okay.
We're talking history more on North Texas Behavioral Health Authority, which
this is
correct, but she was relatively new to the board, so she's not going to have some of this historical information that Gordon and I will have.
Okay.
So she hasn't gone far. She'll be glad to stand up. And
no problem. Okay. So who now? Green Oaks provide that 23-hour observation unit. Since they're no longer in the queue, Parkland's EOU is not up and running. So who does that right now?
The individual psych hospitals that are in the
The what?
county. The individual psych hospitals in the 6 county regions. The police department notified that Green Oaks was no longer going to be that entryway, that 23-hour observation, and that the police officers, as they do in the rest of the state, were supposed to transport their individuals to the nearest psych hospital. They were giving locations for all those psych hospitals, and that's what's being done.
But you know, being a member of that board, that there have been some concern with those hospitals. And y'all had staff that was addressing who's no longer there. So there was concerns with regards to those hospitals and what they...
Absolutely. The hospitals were not happy with that solution because it was something that they were now being held accountable and providing services that they weren't getting reimbursed because there wasn't money in the system to reimburse those for.
Okay, so...
There was 2 individuals that worked for North Texas Behavioral Health Authority that were part of that front face with the hospitals that are no longer employees with North Texas Behavioral Health.
There was another one yesterday, by the way, since you...
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So at what point in time, what kind of staff you have? I mean, the person who was dealing with it, is no longer there. So who's dealing with the hospitals?
That's a specific question Carol Lucky, the CEO of North Texas Behavioral Health Authority, would have to respond to.
And Commissioner, you're right. The formula is more than imperfect as it is. We're doing a surprise more with less. We have definitely some change of leadership. We definitely have some people moving out of the board, and a lot of challenges are going to still be ahead of us. Because as Mr. Brown just said, hey, if I was a hospital, why would I like to deal with you if you're not paying me what I'm supposed to be paid, or I think I'm supposed to be paid? So in the meantime, yes, Dallas County takes most of the load when it comes to the funding, because we also take most of the services, as imperfect as they are for Dallas County.
Well,
I don't know that changing the formula, Commissioner, will be at this point, at this juncture, the best way to go.
Well,
as imperfect as it is, my concern is that if we don't have anything, we will have a backup at the jail, we will have a backup of medical services within Dallas
but
County.
I have consumers, I have constituents that have short-term help in terms of community respite. I mean, does NIDBA have a contract with those services? Respite services.
I remember
Commissioner,
here.
we have one with Serenity for approximately 15 beds in the system.
One contract?
We've been trying to work in the system, but I think it's Homeward Bound is the entity to locate our crisis residential and crisis respite. Those are services that the system really has never had, and we've been trying to get those services up and running because one of the problems with NIPA is that we're heavily reliant on those back-end services like emergency room sites.
I got the constituents. I understand that. That's the reason I'm asking these questions. It feels good to to have this. Well, and I understand when Ms. Randolph and the unit there is getting ready. But I got some problems with regards to the basic services.
Yes, Commissioner, but I mean, one of the things that I want to put on the record, like Mr. Heichel just mentioned, this is something in the past we never done before. So it's like on charter territory. I totally understand your concerns. Are you right on? I mean, we have to still look into all these services and see which ones are the most capable services. I wish I could tell you at this point more about it, but I think that in our board and in the organization, we're still moving into all these steps that they're new for us, not to mention with some staff challenges, as you mentioned. So it's in turmoil, and we hope that with Mr. Heichel's leadership and Ms. Loki, we can pretty much swim to the charter water.
So you're telling me that losing all these key staffs not going to have any direct negative impact or effect?
No, I cannot say that, Commissioner. Okay. I mean, probably we are, like I say, we will continue to have a challenge to fill these vacancies and continue to work with all these entities because, as you say, we lost a lot of staff and we're losing some organizations that naturally, because of the lack of adequate pay, right or perceived, they don't want to work with us.
Okay.
That's pretty much
so SB 292 that's on the agenda today, in terms of moving the ball forward, how, I mean, when we look at that, what's the local contribution?
Well, there is, again, this NIPA has a contract with the state, and they just got word on June 21st that they are going to receive the funds for that. There is a match fund component to that.
What is it?
It's essentially half of the allotment. So the allotment was about $9 million, and the match, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead on. $9 million and what?
And $4.6 million of that was allocated for services. And so the match would have to make up the rest.
So the difference between the 4.6 and the 9 million?
Yes. And right now they're working to finalize the match funds. They're working with Meadows because I know that some of the funds that they had put up, they're looking for that as matched.
And it was my understanding that they were having some trepidations.
Well, I think it's what they are allowed to use, what the state will allow. And there's different time parameters that are set aside for that as well. So what Meadows put up maybe a year or two ago may not be applicable or allowed to be used for match funds for this purpose. So they're having to look at those time frames as well, not just the services that they're putting up for matched.
Well, I know we've got 2 or 3 members here, 4 members of the board here. I want you to understand, I got problems with NIPA, and it's impacting probably all of our constituents, but I'm concerned about mine and the one I'm calling. I spent some time the other day out at Homeward Bound, walked the unit.
So did I.
Okay. And, well, in a project, it does not speak to respite services. We do not have a contract with them yet in a way that is meaningful and being able to provide respite services. You know, and so, I mean, and I think we talked about, you know, are we going to make that acquisition? I know they've done a new lease. I don't know if y'all are aware of that.
Yes, we are.
That they've done a new lease, but the lease doesn't make good financial sense. I mean, we wouldn't run our shops like that. You're a budget man. You wouldn't run the shop like that. When a property is probably on the market at this level, based on that kind, and I'm not going to put their business out there, what they're paying a month. I'm sure if y'all seen the lease, you know what I'm talking about. Doesn't make sense. You're drawing down from the services.
But Commissioner, I mean, with all due respect, darn if you do, darn if you don't. I mean, we have not many more choices.
Homeward Bound and the owner of the building is between Homeward Bound and the owner of the building. The North Texas Behavioral Health Authority was not ever in a position or given the authority to discuss purchasing the building on behalf of the system and then leasing it back to Homeward Bound. That was not provided as an opportunity.
Well, but what I'm saying is, members of the board, maybe you should bring that forward, because I know there was discussions with various members of this court about, you can call it a loan. Hell, I don't know what you're going to call it. My point is I'm talking about a good business.
I'm with you, and I was part of those discussions with you, and I pushed as hard as I could on that particular issue, and at no point was there an opportunity for us to be able to pull that trigger.
Correct. And it was discussed with the board as well, and we did not have the option that it makes sense for us to get involved into it. So I think at that point, we're all at the same
Commissioner Price
juncture.
and Commissioners, you know, I mean, look, certainly we, Dallas County, as part of that entity, there are unique challenges that we have because we bear the brunt of the population and the problems.
Exactly.
I looked at a lot of different counties, like Bexar County, for example, and one of the things that I think that we need in Dallas County, because look, this SB 292 is to help us with the jail. As Dr. Cerise said, their parking has been affected badly with this population going there. One of the things I think that we like in here, and I know Bexar County has, is a behavioral health unit within the county, whose sole job is to work with the Commissioner's Court, the authority, LBHA, the public hospital, the jail, and the police to get folks out of the jails. That's their sole focus. The state of Texas has put forth some studies that suggest this ACT and FACT programs that SB 292 is targeting also is pushing in that direction to ask counties, like our size, for example, to make a more concerted point and effort to get people out of the jail, especially with this lawsuit too. And I'm going to bring forward a proposal to you, the court, to ask you about that unit whose sole job would be to work with those entities to get folks out of our jail, who, as you know, Commissioner, from being in the jail pop, we have about between 600 and 800 of them sitting in our jails who have behavioral health problems. And we got nowhere to put them. And I'm going to ask you to do that. We do have challenges at NIPA, we really do, but we have challenges within the system because as of January, there's a lot of things that changed that we never were asked to do. I wish we had done some things different in preparation, but that ship has sailed. And moving forward, we're hoping, some of the key staff has left. The staff, we don't have that. We need a doctor, we need a second doctor. So there are challenges that we face that I, along with the board members here, plan on addressing going forward. But make no doubt about it, Commissioner, there are problems, there are challenges.
The ship has sailed. Hell, I'm just trying to keep it from sinking. And the problem is that, I'm watching it take on water.
Yeah.
Okay? I know everybody that doesn't seem, have the same anxiety.
Oh, no, we do have the same anxiety.
Because all of us are watching it. There's no doubt about that part of it. What option do we have at this time because what we're looking at is an agreement with, I know. But what we're looking at right now is an agreement between Dallas County and the major mental health authority that is over Dallas County, right?
Well,
What option do we have?
well,
They are the
just like Bear
designated-
County.
I mean,
Yeah, we-
they are the designated authority to manage the mental health services in the county, right?
Well, we bought into.
I mean, there's a lot of assistance from BHLT, from major providers, from the hospitals.
At the end of the day, Commissioner, I think you're right. I mean, we don't have that many options, Commissioner Daniels. You're completely right. We do feel the anxiety, Commissioner Price, because we do know that all of us are trying to move this as fast as we can without not always completely knowing the way we're moving forward. You know, the loss of employees definitely is a challenge, but hey, it's a challenge that is in every organization. Right here in front of me, I have 4, assistant directors and interim directors. So it's a challenge, nothing that it hasn't happened before in any organization. So with that being said, we will try to move forward. I can't tell you that it will be fast because I still have a lot of concerns about some of the entities that we're hiring that are not completely staffed to do everything we're going to ask them to do. I have concerns about Parkland. Parkland is not completely staffed either, and that's going to be a Dallas County direct impact. So when we talk, Judge, I know you're looking at your phone, but I mean, when we talk about, rates and all that, it is important that Parkland has money because the ball, forget about sinking, Commissioner Price. I mean, not having a ball, it's even more worrisome. So with that being said, I move approval.
Put up your nine. Okay, I'll second. That's item 68 before.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. We've got some
speakers, but I'm getting them called.
Public speakers. All right. Our first public speaker is Ms. Jody Neal.
Oh, before we go to speakers, I just want to say, colleagues, Josh, if you just give me 1 second, I want to thank Mr. Steele, Mr. Segura, Mr. Ryan Brown. You have the presentation of the pre-trial. What is not a challenge around here, but I want to thank you all. Great job. We move forward. We put the number of caseloads that our current employees are having, what they're supposed to have. I think we still have a challenge there, but hey, we're ready to move it forward. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it. Mr. Segura, Mr. Steele, thank you.
And our first public speaker is Jody Neal.
Judge, just one moment, I'm having a little difficulty.
You, Miss Annie, we all are. Commissioner Price died a long time ago.
No,
I can't see.
they sabotage mine. Hell, mine.
Well, no, mine too. I cannot push it.
Yeah, I'm not able to.
I have my Nico notes. I couldn't read it.
Yeah,
You want me to just keep time on my watch?
I guess you have to.
That's no problem.
We got 50 million clocks around in these
Okay.
phones.
Okay, so our first public speaker is Ms. Jody Neal. Jody Neal? Ms. Jody Neal. Our next public speaker is Ms. Rebecca Wilson. Ms. Rebecca Wilson, Ms. Rebecca Wilson. Our next public speaker is Mr. Dolores Phillips. Good afternoon, Dolores. Dolores, there's a problem with the clock thing. So what I'm going to do, Dolores, is
Yes.
I'll keep it, and when you get to like 30 seconds, I'll hold up a finger or something. That's okay? How's that?
Dolores Phillips, 3101 Luxor Way, Dallas, Texas, 75233. Thank you, Honorable Jenkins, for allowing me to speak. You do have handouts. You have the handout that was emailed to the city councils 2 days prior to premeditated green oats. You also have the handout that was emailed to city council members the first week after Green Oaks. You also have the order from Honorable Ball in the FBI FORPA case in 2013 that was dismissed. You have the affirmation of the United States Court of Fifth Appeals in Louisiana.
No, what happened? She's cool. She's cool.
Come on. Continue.
Anyway, make a long story short,
The FBI FORPA complaint was before premeditated Green Oaks. Approximately a year and a half after Honorable Ball dismissed my complaint as malicious and frivolous, I went up to the U.S. Attorney's Office to file a complaint to say that they were detaching my assignments from Blackboard at DCCCD. I looked on the wall, and surprisingly, I seen her picture. So I didn't find that out till like a year and a half, 2 years later. So if Honorable Ball had still been a U.S. attorney, she probably would have been representing FBI as her client. The reason it's important is people think like Meek Mills is this isolated guy, but it's a lot of Meek Mills all over America and here in Dallas, Texas too. And I'm gonna, I did speak with U.S. Attorney Ryan Patrick on June 9th. He answered his cell phone. I asked him what would he do if his court documents were manipulated after e-filing. He said that's impossible. I told the attorney, I said, sir, it happened on more than one occasion. So not only were they sabotaging my education, they were also sabotaging my computers and laptops and continue to do so when I use the computers at the library. What I want to say is that it's a massive cover-up. Everything that everybody said is not getting done. The bullying, the criminal conspiracy to deprive basic constitutional rights, that's old. That's neither here nor there. It's coming. And Honorable Jenkins, you know how huge this is, right? Honorable Ruler's investigation is nothing compared to what has happened here. And I'm going to stay my ground, I'm going to stay the course, and I'm going to contact everybody I can until they turn Dallas upside down. Justly. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. All right, our next public speaker is Mr. Benjamin Pena. Mr. Benjamin Pena. Our next public speaker is Robert Ciccarelli. Mr. Robert Ciccarelli.
Good afternoon, everybody. Robert Ciccarelli. I just want to say something real quick. Can anybody hear me? I have a big meeting tomorrow with Nadia Hardy and Monica Hartman. There is nothing happening with the homeless problem here in the city of Dallas. Everything's been shot down from the Homeless Solutions when it went in front of the Human Needs Committee. And what we're going to do is that the first thing that has to happen is what Wolanski wrote in the newspaper. Again and again, there's no rush about these homeless meetings. All we do is have meetings, and some more. I used to think the city was very good at talking about homelessness and very bad about doing anything about it. Now I don't think we're even going to even be talking about it. I'm the only one who's been speaking, participating in what this major problem is. The two homeless commissions, especially the one, the partnership, they cannot even reach a quorum. Their own committee members cannot even come to these meetings. And this is the big problem that's happening right now that I would hope that when I meet Thursday, we will get together about what needs to be done with this $20 million bond money. Mayor Rollins keeps on talking about permanent supportive housing. I had to correct him that that money cannot be used right now, what's going on in this weather out here. It is terrible. We have to start thinking about how to get transitional and rapid rehousing into the mix. Now, I am hoping when I meet with the city on Thursday, I can meet with Dr. Daniel, Mr. Jenkins. You have to get involved in this, sir. You haven't done anything at all since this problem's been first started with the 10th city. I haven't seen you at all. Mr. Price, 70% of the blacks are homeless. So you need to get involved. And Dr. Garcia, okay, all four of you need to get involved in this. And I'm going to have a meeting with all four of you about after the meeting with the city on Thursday. It's like city and county are against each other. You need to get participating in this. Mr. Jenkins, you haven't done anything, really, I mean that. I only seen you at one meeting, and you haven't done anything at all. The mayor, you two are the top people. If you don't get involved, no one's going to follow you. They just think that you don't care, no one else is going to care. But you have to show some excitement, some enthusiasm, show passion. But right now, there's nothing happening at all, and I'm going with this meeting on Thursday, and we're going to talk about accountability and investment, about how to hold investors accountable with the money, what needs to be done, and hold accountable the homeless, sir. But right now, I would just hope, after I speak with the city, that I get involved with the Youth For and make sure we get into this.
Robert,
but right now, nothing's happening, okay?
You're out of time. Thank you. All right, next person is Mr. Richard Sheridan.
.3817 Jeanette Lane, Dallas, Texas. One is an excerpt of an article from the LA Times. County or city who is responsible for dealing with LA's homelessness? Going on here in Dallas, as Robert Ceccarelli spoke about. The city's homeless program has been a virtual failure, considering the following. I've spoken about this a number of times. Population has increased. Homeless population increased 24% in the last year, and it's more than doubled in the last 10 years. City's plan to end chronic homelessness in 10 years has been a virtual failure. We need to take a look at what's going on in Houston. Certainly they've been a lot more successful. The pay later homeless costs, ignoring the problem and letting the homeless go to jail and get sick, is costing taxpayers about $200 million. Over 5 years, that's $1 billion. Over 10 years, that's $2 billion. This is a ballpark. Whether it's $1 billion or $2 billion, 5 or 10 years, it's a lot of money. That's $40,000 per unsheltered homeless person per year. And that's outrageous. For a lot less money, and I'm going to say this, 10 cents per person per day, city or county, $44 million per year from the city, $8 million per year from the county. We provide the basic shelter using the $15 per day of Austin Street Center. That doesn't include the housing. There's plenty of government buildings out there. Unfortunately, the old Parkland campus would have been the perfect place to provide shelter to the mentally ill, the chronically ill, homeless, the 5,000 that are suffering out there. Again, I think I've said before that 1/3 of a lifetime is lost when you're chronically homeless. So I'm not sure how the county can do this, but it should do it. Every county should do it, because they are bearing the expense, the taxpayers are bearing the expense of the incompetency of our city, particularly the city of Dallas, based on my experience. There's a city council candidate, Yvette Balazet, who has sued in federal court the city of Dallas for its incompetency enforcing an unconstitutional law. Our homeless have a right to beg. Where the money goes, that's their business. I try to give as I can. So if the county, how much time do I have left?
You have 15 seconds.
Okay. The county should push for more shelter beds to make our existing shelters more program. We can't have a homeless shelter situation where we don't provide employment. So again, the most important step in addressing a homeless crisis is to provide shelter for our homeless. And thank you very much.
All right. Our next speaker is Dr. Brandy Miracore. Oh, there you go.
My name is Brandy Miracore. Address is 4604 Oak Creek Drive, Arlington, Texas, 76017. I was basically here today to address my concerns. I have a case out of the George Allen Courthouse in regards to my daughter. And upon that, I was trying to shed light on my situation. With my case in particular, I had an attorney who went to jail for felony charges, and he served my case. So I was just wondering, why did that happen? Like, who let this attorney to be able to work, on my case in the George Allen Courthouse?
So this is your opportunity to speak. We're not in charge of attorneys.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so because to me it seems like it's corruption, and I don't know how this guy got passed, and able to serve on behalf of a child's case.
So that's the State Bar of Texas. That's not us, but it's your opportunity to speak. Tell us anything you'd like.
Yes, and also I had I had two judges in the 256th District Court. They engaged and collaborated with this attorney at the expense of my child. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's corrupted, and I don't know how Dallas County is actually collaborating with this attorney. Like, they're taking him in and to let him serve as an attorney. I know Texas Bar Association, I already contacted them. I haven't got a response. So I just want to address that, shed light on that. There is corruption in Dallas County, and I would like some of these problems to be addressed and see what can we do about it, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Our next public speaker is Mr. William Hopkins.
Yeah, my name is William Hopkins. So, people come down here and with all kind of complaints, corruption, and all y'all do is just say we just heard this is stupid, man. Minority contractors. I talked about that about 10 or 15 years ago. It's pitiful. The guy said it wasn't racist, but it's racist. What the county, they was giving out contracts to white people over the internet, and the blacks contractors didn't even know about it. This was back in the 90s, 99, 2000. This is pitiful. We ain't got nobody in Dallas. Gabriel Bates. Gabriel was in special ed when the police took him out of special ed at Amelia Hoyt, took him to Henry Wade, kept him overnight until he was hungry. And they was going to take him to they took him to McDonald's. I asked you, Judge Jenkins, about the McDonald's. John said you don't never be at the court. You don't at the Henry Wade Juvenile you on some board. John said you ain't never there. I asked you about Gabriel and how did they take him to Burger King, take him to McDonald's and solve a case. I went to jail for calling the police, Judge Jenkins. My son was robbed at Kimball. I called 911. The white police took me to jail. The white police took me to jail. Left the kid that robbed my son. I called the 911 trying to find out why this kid done robbed my son, Judge Jenkins. Is still in the school. The white police took me to jail for calling 911. I went to jail. I go to Henry Wade Jr. Court. He said you were guilty. He gave me 130 days for calling 911. The judges is the Ku Klux Klan. The police was the Ku Klux Klan in Oak Cliff at the Southwest Station. They the Ku Klux Klan, Judge Jenkins. I'm going to tell you what's going on. The police and the judges and they all in together. He told me I was going to jail. The police told me, William, go, don't come back. Because we can lock you up, we'll lock you up, man. As if they lock up blacks and Hispanics for nothing. The people in jail for nothing. Cantrell, he go down there and try to stop them from getting out of jail. He said some lady get fired for him trying to stop. How do I know what time it is, man?
You had about 30 seconds. You still got, well, okay. Thanks, Mr. Hopkins. And that is our, well, somebody's telling me I got another public speaker, but I don't think so. I believe that is our last, it is our last public speaker. So we're going to adjourn for closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. And
Happy 4th of July, Judge.
any action necessary in closed session will take place in the subsequent open session.
Yeah, let me talk